Have you seen Elon Musk's new patent? It-
All right. It looks like we might be up and running. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, everybody? Oh, I just forgot. I realized I just forgot my water. Huh. I think I might have left that in the car last night. My water, Catfish water tumbler. I'm gonna have to go grab that, folks. JP Panay, good morning. Good morning. All right. Let's see what else we got here this morning. What other riffraff we got in here with us? JP Panay, good morning. Jayhawk, yes, good morning, everyone. May we all have a blessed day today, yes. I'm looking at TGHL. Got it. JP. Thank you very much. I should have held on to my V yesterday. I was scared though. No. Don't ever say that. You should have been scared. Yeah, you should have been. You were rightfully scared. Yeah, and it could have kept dropping. It could have kept dropping, and it's likely to have kept dropping. Well, back up to 35. So be it. So be it. So be it. Would have been a $10 gain per share. TGHL, 400 million merger. Got it. Thank you very much, Jayhawk. That'd be another $22 from where it's at right now. Jayhawk, my suggestion to you is to let that thing go. You made a good profit on that. Time to turn tail and run. Here's what you do. Instead of what you're thinking about doing there, it's very risky. It's very risky right now. I can't tell you how many times I've made great profit on a stock and then just didn't, it was stupid and didn't just leave it alone. I just kept wanting to do it, and man, I got burned. Find another stock like it, all right? Find another V, okay? There'll be one. You just got to find that one now. I'm telling you, man, there's going to be volatility all over that stock. Big time, big time. And have you told, I don't know if I looked it up to see how many shares they have outstanding, because that is something you need to look at. I think I looked at them, and I think one other thing that really scared me about them was their split history. Was it them that it was so bad? Well, they have had two, and they had one recently in May of this year, so they're probably not going to have another one soon. But one for 37 split. I wonder who chose that number. To start off with, to let everybody know, if you're new to this channel, I do not make any guarantees. I am not a financial advisor. I'm using call outs from people who are using sophisticated software to target hot stocks. We have a lot of people in here. As you can see, there's over 26,000 people subscribed to this channel because they come here and they learn, and then they sort of are on their own. They figured it out, what I'm doing, how I do it, and then they don't have to stay around here. Once they figure it out, they can make their own moves. But we get a continual flow of 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 sometimes a day. So recently we were up to 20,000 viewers a day, and it just depends on. I don't know what it depends on. I don't know how they choose to do me. 20,000, 15,000, 12,000 viewers a day, and then all of a sudden now I'm seeing 2,000 if I'm lucky. But it doesn't matter. 2,000 viewers new a day. When I started out, I had 100 viewers a day, so no complaints. And people keep subscribing to the channel, and that's a good thing. And I appreciate all those that you have done that before and subscribed. Tony Henry, all right, got his name on the drawing list, which is very long, by the way. Oh, here it is. Tony Henry. This is our drawing list. This is from all the contributors of Jewels this week, and gifts and membership renewals. Thank you, all of you who have done that. And just give me a second here. And one thing I want to look at is a stock this morning that I sold last night, and I hope you all sold it with me. And I want to know, I'm going to start a chat here. Did you sell SOBR with me last night? Because it fell on a public share offering, I believe it was. So let's look at SOBR on the chart. SOBR. And it fell to 92 cents this morning in the pre-market. 92 cents. 50-something percent down. And I wanted you to be aware of it, and I hope you sold it last night because it closed at 207, and it's now sitting at 103 bid, 104 ask after hitting 92 cents for the low. If you bought it at 92 cents, you should sell it at 120, 118, 19, and 20. And it looks like it actually hit 111 already. From the 92, it went up to 111. So it's already gone up 19 cents. SOBR, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want to go over here to my chat right now. And I want to know, did you sell SOBR with me when I sold it last night? Or sold it before the close? All right, let's click this here. This is a poll, and we're going to start the poll now. And let's roll up here and say hi to everybody. $25 swing, crazy swings lately. Yes. Good morning, Jayhawk. NEXT is on the move. NEXT, all right. Or no, wait a minute. NXTC. Okay. So are both of those on the move or just one of them? I'm just going to look at NEXT. Well, hold on. All right, I see it. NEXT. This is the 20-day chart on NEXT, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when you look at this price they just dropped this to, let's make a line on it where they just dropped it right there. Could you have known in advance that that was where they would stop it somehow? Yes. If you had gone back and looked to about 10 days ago, you could see where the price ran up to right there, the blue 5-day, and stopped and dropped like a rock. And then you'd see here where it stopped there and came down. And you'd see here where it stopped there and came down. And here it stopped there and came down. And here the 5-day stopped there, came down. So that's where they stopped it. And it's going up. Okay? NEXT. All right? Resistance to the rise, resistance to the rise, resistance to the rise, resistance to the rise twice, resistance to the rise, resistance, resistance, resistance. And so then they drop it. What do you know? Lo and behold, it bounces right off that number and goes up. Of course, that's a good call out there, JP. Now, that being said, since this has been resistant so many times, it's a critical line. So if it falls below this, then it's going to drop to possibly right here at this point, right there. It's going to be dropping to right there, whatever that price is, right there. And if it can't hold that line, then it's going to drop to here, right here. So these are buy-in points, folks. Buy-in right there. Because that was a line of resistance to a rise once and twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, 9 times. So this line is critical right here. But it looks like it's going to bounce off this one, which has been a line of resistance right there. And if you went out longer to the 90-day, you'd find more probably. Let's go out here and change this to 90-day. Well, no, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, there's 90. Okay. So now I see going back 90 days that this line means nothing. All right, 90 days, going back 90 days, it means nothing, folks. It doesn't look like it does. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Now we're seeing something. Ah, yes, these lines do come on over. These lines do drift over right here. So right here, this line, which is $7.71, it comes all the way over here. Right to there, folks. So now when you go back 90 days, you can see that line has been achieved here, here, right there, a line of resistance, right there, a line of resistance, right there, a line of resistance, broke right over it there. then back down to it once there, resistance, resistance to the rise, resistance. And now they drop it right to that line, this one here, this line, which is at 164. And it goes on over too. Let's carry it right on over, 164. Oh, yeah. There it is, right there, 164. And then they dropped it below it there, and then that's probably 160 right there, I'm guessing. 157, 157, 157. 155 is usually one of the numbers they like to get is 155. So it probably was 155. Yeah, it says over there 156 there, 156. But so this line is way well known where they just dropped it to right there. It goes way back. Okay, historical. There it is. That line that they just bounced it off. It goes back historically as a line of resistance, a line of resistance, a line of resistance there, and a line of resistance back here. Oh, yeah, a heavy line of resistance. Look at that again right there. See? So you can look back over its history and you can go, yeah, that's a good point to get in. That's a resistance point. That's a good spot. That could be a good low to get in. I mean, so many times they stopped it from going over it once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6. So here they work below it this way, making money shorting it and shorting it and shorting it and shorting it. Now, ding dong. Now they're going to make going long on it and going long and going long. And now they go long again off this line. See over here, off this line, they were playing the long play. Go long, go long, go long, go long. Now it was short it, short it, short it, short it, short it. Now go long, go long. All right. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, especially off that line that they just bounced it off of. NEXT, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye on that. That looks pretty interesting. And chances are, since now there's a gap from here to here, which there is, I'll show it to you. They're going to take it to this number, most likely, right around here. Yeah, right here. And the number is right there. And the number is right there. And the number is right there. And then a gap down to this line. And then a gap up to this line. And then they pull it to here and up. But here, look at the gap down again from this line. Look at the gap. And then here, oh, there's absolutely a gap from here to here. See? Boom, it just filled it. And now there it falls again through the gap again. And the gap up without any resistance. There's virtually no resistance in this gap every time. There's just very little. As you can see, it moves quickly through this line. All right, everyone? And the stock I'm talking about is NEXT. And it's probably going to go to $8 from where it is right now, $7.61. All right, just showing it to you. I provide, you decide. Hey, the stock has also gone far lower down here. This is a low resistance line over here too, right here. That's a major line right there. Right there. That line right there goes way back to here. See how they tapped it there? See how they tapped it here? And they've been below it even here. Whew. I make my marks on the 5-day. Where the blue 5-day is where I put my marks. All right? So, all right. I got it looked at. That's NEXT. And this line right there certainly looks like a good spot to have made entry. And then it looks to me like if it can move over this line and this one here, which is another one, It's got to get over these two lines, and it does. Well, from this line, oh my gosh, from this line, wow, there's a gap, folks. Oh my goodness. From this line right here, there is a gap to a minimum of here. All right. And then right there. It's good to put these lines in, folks, and know where the resistance was before, because you can take advantage of this. You can sell some right there and let it pull back to there. Then it goes to there. Then they pull it to here. Then it jumps to there. I'm telling you, man, whew, the next line of resistance is really right here. There's a couple here. One there. One there. Then it jumps up to here. You can use the way the stock has traded in the past, ladies and gentlemen, to determine what it's going to do in the future. All right. And this is NEXT. NEXT. Thank you for calling that out this morning. NEXT. NXTC. All right. Got it? Good morning, John Connor. ATAI. Jayhawk. Got it? I don't know what it's going to do, but it says Eli Lilly to acquire ATAI Beckley for $6.75 per share in cash. Okay. Eli Lilly buyout. Acquisition. All right, got it. 675. Got it. AGEN position. John Connor picking up AGEN, BSX, SIVR. All right. OTLK, that was called out a couple days back too, or yesterday. Still in PROP. ATPC, got it. We'll take a look at them. There's no real news on it. The only news is that it was revealed that it has 50,000 shares of ATPC, representing 5% stake in the class of shares. Jane Street Global Trading down owns 50,000 shares. That's on ATPC. Oh, ATAI. Okay, ATAI. All right, got it. LIMN might be a good one today. All right. Okay. It's cheap and it looks like it's moving a little bit up and down. 4 or 5 cent swings. And the stock's only 15 cents. I got you. 30% moves, yeah. Morning, kiddos. Hello, Tony Henry. Yes. Had your Cheerios? Yes. QUCY. I might do some QUCY. Yes, I've had my Tradios. It's the only cereal my grandmother would eat with a cup of bananas in it. Man, I love it. Tradios. I like it, man. Huh. And sugar. Have to have sugar. VRAX again calling out. That one can certainly move. VRAX. Virax Labs management believes current valuation does not fully reflect its audited financial position, clinical and developmental programs, and commercial progress or strategic assets. Okay. Richie B, good. Hello. R. Richie B, good morning. God's morning. That's right. That's right. Does Rolls Royce Ricey have any upside left? RYCEY, Brock Purdy the Great. RYCEY, is that the stock symbol? Yep, it sure is. Please hold a second. To me, it looks like a very good entry point right now. That looks like a very good entry point right there. Yeah, I like it. Just be aware when they broke this thing below the 200, the price was $16 and they dropped it all the way down to 15.23. It was 16.35 to 15.23. So $1.10 drop below the 200. $1.10 it could fall. But the next time it fell below the 200, it fell from 1680 down to 1625. So that's not $1.10 drop from 1680 to 1625. 55-cent drop below the 200. And then the next drop below the 200 was 1675 to 1640. 35-cent drop below the 200. So right here, beware, there's the 200. So there's a possibility, a very good possibility, that you'll see a 35-cent drop from 1847 where it is. Oh, it already did. It was at 1885. But I'm talking about below the 200. It could drop right now 35 cents below the 200. And it's sitting on the 200 now. 1847, 35. It'd be around 1808. Put your buy orders in, and then you'll catch a drop below the 200 because they've shown, man, they can drop this thing way below the 200. The first time, sheesh, they broke it the 200 at 1680, and it went all the way down to 1480. So first time down, $2 drop. Then right here, $1.10 drop, and then right here, only a 35-cent drop. Or was it 50 cents here? And yeah. So hey man, they can drop it. They can drop it below the 200. They've already shown every time before it rocketed, they dropped it well below the 200 before it rocketed. Understand that? Look at them drop that thing before it rocketed. Look at them drop it below the 200 before it rocketed. You think they're not going to do that again? They'll do it again. Notice here the pattern. Okay, so here's what I want you to learn. Looking back over the history, do you see right here? Hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked, hurt and jerked and hurt, all through this region from right here to right here. Hurt and jerked all through that region. And when they do that, this is what I call fleecing. They keep fleecing and fleecing and fleecing and fleecing. And by the time they get from here to here, they've sheared this thing completely bald. There's nothing left there. So it creates a gap. And when it comes over this line, boom, it jumps right back up because this has all been hurt and jerked out, fleeced out, retailed out. So it jumps right back up past that because there's just a big gap here, folks. Then when it falls again, right through it again because there's a gap. Then it comes up, little catch and go because there's really no resistance. The same catch happened here every time right there. You could have played that at well too, knowing that. There's the same catch, caught there, caught there, caught there. So right here, when it started to go up, look, oh, what do you know? It catches there, comes back to that line, boom, off it goes. Because there's a gap. There's a gap created by the herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. And then it becomes a gap. So it's a gap up, and then it's a gap down, and then it's a gap up with a little hitch there. Another little hitch on the way down. See how familiar it is? See it? Man, oh man, it's so easy. Comes up here, little hitch on it again, comes down to that line, goes off it again. It's just beautiful. Bring it up here, bring it down to this line now. Never even seen that as yeah, it's been a hitch 3 times, a whole bunch of times. Oh, yeah. That line right there, whew, you know that's a hitch right there. Look at this. Stopped it there, stopped it there, stopped it from dropping right there, and off it goes. But remember, every time here recently, they've taken it well below the $3, $2 below, $1.10 below, then 37 below. So look out. When it gets to this 200, it could make one drop and then one beautiful pop after that. I'd be watching it. All right. I'm telling you, the pattern is there. You and I provide, you decide. Yep, ATAI. Your Jayhawk called that out earlier, happy boy. So thank you. Uh, they were announced the acquisition of ATAI was announced that Eli Lilly was acquiring ATAI at $6.75 a share. That's the news on that stock, ATAI. Oh, hello, Bobby Batson. Good to see you, man. I was thinking about you, having not heard from you recently, and I was wondering how you were doing. I hope you've been doing well. All right, good to see you. Uh, I haven't checked my post office box in about a month, so if you've written to me at any time soon, I wouldn't have noticed. But good to see you here. How much? Hi, ASLK. All right. Tony Henry. Oh, hold on. Oh, I've got to get over here to my stream. So the stream today is about charts and patterns, and that's what I'm here to teach you about. So everybody here will be looking at this stuff, and they're going to be learning about charts and patterns. Is the way I see it. Firy, high ASLK. Firy. Okay, we'll try to see what that is. Jayhawk, 529,443,000 free float. Oh, uh, Rusty Prater, good morning to you. Good morning. Hey, listen, which stock is it, Jayhawk, that has 529,000 shares and 443,000 free float? Look at the 180 daily Catfish. On which stock, Jayhawk? Thank you, Jayhawk. Sold Solar Sober before the close, up $215. K Dog, all right. My name isn't on there. R. Richie B. Sent chili for 6 joules. Jayhawk. Thank you, Jayhawk. R. Richie B. Your name isn't on the list. I see that. Well, it is now. Uh, and I know you've donated several times, so we're going to give you quite a few entries. There we go. You filled out the page now. Page 1 is filled out with your name. So we got you a bunch of entries down here. R. Richie B. And now we got to start page 2 of donators. All right, so VEEE. Okay. All right, that's why it's moving so much. Okay. Just give me a second here. Just going to confirm that right here. 529,000, okay. And the float 482. All right. That's good to know. Now, also, on the person that asked me about, whoa, somebody just came in here, J.R. Plianis. Let's have another great day. All right. Woo, man, you got yourself a few entries there for sure. That's right. $20 gets you 5 entries, JR. And JR, yes, I know. I do have 2 weeks worth of donations. And I'm sorry that I apologize for those of you that I did not do the drawing on Friday. I got a little bit anxious with my grandchildren here. I'm sorry. But to make up for it, maybe we'll do 2 drawing winners this week. How's that? Well, thank you for Jayhawk for sending the GG and the gold coin, Tony Henry. Thank you. Man, oh man. All of you guys. NMG. Okay, and guys, yeah, and TGHL, I'm not sure which it is. Someone just wrote THGL, but I already got a TGHL, so which is it? Which is it? JP Panic called out TGHL, and now I've got a THGL, so something's not. Please check your symbols. IQST. All right. Thanks, Tony. TGHL. All right. Yep. Okay, so you're the second one on that one. Thank you, JR. They got a $4 million merger, TGHL. That's what's going on with them this morning. And now we're going to go back to the one-day chart. And again, someone called out that Rolls-Royce stock. Just hold on a second. And thank you for the chili also, Jayhawk. Just give me a minute here, guys. I got to catch up. John Connor says, I like Cajun fried catfish. I hear you, man. Tony dabbled with SKHYV. SKHYV. All right. SKHYV. The list is so long because you haven't had one this last week. Yeah, Catfish. The grandkids were over. Yep. Sold sober before the close. Prop has a gap this morning. John Connor says PROP gap. Jayhawk, PROP has a gap on it. V is set to merger with Greenland-focused miner. USFM sets up move to New York Stock Exchange, America, in Q3. All right. That's big news there. Merger and going to, all right. Merger with a miner, USFM, and it is moving to New York Stock Exchange. All right, that's big news, okay? John Connor says, PRO pay, my pop, I feel it in me bones. I'm an ECU pirate. No quarter, my tea. All right, PROP. R. Richie B sent star for 2 jewels. Thank you. Beam Saucer, yes, welcome. USFM Corporation to combine with Twin, which is VEEE, creating publicly traded co-focused on Greenland's Disco Nuso district scale magnetic nickel, copper, cobalt, and PGE project. Gregory Karzinski calling out NXTC. You're the second one to call that out. JP Panic called it out too. So I'll be looking at that for sure. Thank you very much. Oh, I've got a lot to look at this morning. NUAI just got called out. As usual, I've got 25 stocks called out here that I haven't looked at a single one of yet. JR says, I like THGL today. Okay, I'll be looking at that for sure. I'll put an asterisk beside that because quite a few people have called that out. And NXTC, so I'm going to put an asterisk by that one too. So we're going to get looking at these right now. Let's get to diagnosing here. It looks like I made it down to the bottom. My mistake. I wasn't worried about that, Catfish. I was just letting you know why the list was so long. Yep. Your grandchildren are more important than drawing it, sir. Huh? Yep. TGHL. Thank you. Yep. TGHL. I've got it. Yep. Everybody, I'm on it. Groupon GRPN has a short squeeze set up, 68% short float. No short shares available. 12 million shares shorted. Nice, JR. GRPN. GRPN. Huge short position. All right, Groupon. Thank you for letting me know that. That's a very good thing to know. All right, let's start off at the very beginning. And I want you to know that, if you just give me a second here. Yesterday, I said, did you sell this morning? I asked in my survey, did you sell SOBR with me when I sold it yesterday before the closing bell? 32% said yes. Oh, man, good. The reason I say that is because they had breaking news. SOBR did, I believe it was a public share offering. So that's why I want, and I urge you folks, do not hold these shares of these stocks. These stocks are not to be held long, okay? Now, there are stocks you can hold long, and I have a whole list of them. And stocks that you pay dividends, and I have a long list of those as well. But these stocks are for day trading only, okay? Day trading only, the stocks that we look at. We just get in and we get out, and we sell them before the market closes. You saw me do that yesterday. I went to every one of my stocks, and I sold virtually all of them. The only one I'm holding any of is VMAR, and I've only got $600 worth of it, and I'm holding $400 worth of BATL. All right. And the rest, I sold everything except for a few shares, 20 shares, 40 shares, 20 shares, 20 shares. I sold it all. And SOBR, I sold all but 20 shares, and I made an excellent profit yesterday. And so you guys remember, sell these stocks. Do not stay on them, okay? We do not stay on these stocks. We do not hold these overnight. Dump them all. And let's get busy here. This is RYCEY, and it has dropped just like I said it should, below the 200. and it's going to drop a minimum of 35 cents below, and it could drop as much as $1. We've seen one time we've seen it drop $1.10, and one time it dropped $2 below the 200-day. So this stock can definitely fall, and just be aware of that. All right, I already looked at the history of it this morning. Now let's start off with ELVA, called out by Jayhawk yesterday. ELVA. Going to look at the 5-day chart on it now. There it is. ELVA. It's consolidating nicely here, folks. A steady rising 200-day, just rising and rising and rising, and holding and consolidating this stock until the 50 got to it. Folks, that looks good to me. ELVA. I like it a lot. I'm just going to tell you right now, I like that a lot. Now, let's take a look at a few things first here before we jump in on this, okay? Let's look at the longer term chart. Let's look at the 20-day. Okay, it looks very good on the 20-day, okay? And just so you can see, the last time there was any resistance, it was at this level right here, right there. There's where your resistance to a drop is, okay? But this 50-day, if it gets up and crosses over that line, we could see a really nice springboard, okay? Now, let's change this time frame to a 90-day. Go over here and change it to 90 days. Okay, we're changed to 90. Now, you can see the relevance of these lines here even more. There should be resistance right there. So, what do you know? Look where it's sitting, right there on that line. See that? You go back here and you see where they ran the 5-day up to right there and they stopped it dead. Then the next time the price just hit there and they stopped it dead. The 5-day was stopped down here, right there, which is definitely a level of resistance now. So when it dropped, what do you know? Lo and behold, after it got up here, what did they do? They dropped it to this level of resistance, a known level of resistance for the 5-day. See there? They dropped it to right there. They dropped it to right there. From below this line where they just stopped it again, they dropped it to right there just now. And there it is. They stopped it there and they dropped it to there. And it's a triple upside crossover, folks. Keep in mind, this formation of this right here, look where the 200 was at the time and look where the 50 was at the time when they stopped it right there. All right? Look where the 200 was when they stopped it right there, and the 200 was at this price right here, 979. Let's call it 980. So they stopped it with the price here at 1136, and the 200 was at 980. All right. Now they stop it here at the 1136, and what's the 200 at? The 200 is at 988. Previously, over here, when they stopped it here, the 200 previously was at this line, 981. So it's almost repeating history exactly. They stopped it there, and the 200 was at this price right there, which was 980. 980. And now they stop it here on this line again, and the 200-day is at 966. But the difference is over here, when they stopped it at this line, the 50-day was this far away from the 200. All right, right there. When they stopped it at this line, the 50-day was here, that far away from the 200. All right, and it wasn't experiencing a triple upside crossover like this. This is a triple upside crossover, folks. This is the golden cross. Price hit 1471 on a spike in the pre-market yesterday morning, it looks like. Yep, 1471 right before the market opened. Well, I tell you right now, I like it. I like the 45-day rising off the 50-day too. And I like the triple crossover. And I like how they're consolidating it here until the 50 gets up here. Folks, this thing is likely going to go up. I'm just going to tell you, it's likely going to rise. With a rising 200-day long moving average and a rising 45-50 crossing over that without a huge resistance, without a big drop down. You know, a lot of times when this 50 and 45 are about to cross the 200, you see them smash this down, smash it right down to that line. But hey, it's right now just building a shoulder on this thing, man. And this is a rising 50 with a 45 blue that's gaping away from it. I tell you, chances are it's going to go up. ELVA, we'll watch it close. If they dunk that out of the gate, I'm going to buy some. All right? If they try to come at it right out of the gate real quick and hard, I'll buy some of that. All right, we got a lot of stocks to look at here, so hold on a second. If you're joining me late here, these are all the stocks that have been called out today already. We got ourselves a slew of stocks here, folks. So you might want to take a picture of this. We got a lot of them. GRPN has a huge short position on it right now. Massive. But we're going to take a look at all these right now in a speed round, okay? It's going to be the speed round. Let's go. Let's dive in and go fast on these. So the first one we looked at there was ELVA. The next one we're going to look at here, and I'm going to turn this lamp up this way, is LBGJ. ELVA was called out by Jayhawk, all right? Just so you know. And next we're going to look at LBGJ. 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 There she is. Closed at 183 and the bid is 172. The ask is 179. Lee Bang International Group. LBGJ. Let's go see if there's any news on this company. Lee Bang International shares are trading higher after the company announced it upsized at the market offering by $40 million. It upsized its at the market offering by $40 million to $60 million. It's making an offering, and it raised it from $40 million to $60 million, and the price is rising for some reason, some strange reason. And that news came out on June the 12th. June the 12th. I don't see any new news on them. I don't see any news, folks. Watch out. This could be a pump and dump. But let's look at the 90-day chart on this stock, or 180-day. Oh, my God. Look at that thing. LBGJ. Let's go see how many times they've done reverse splits. LBGJ. LBGJ. Hold on. LBGJ. There it is. Lee Bang. One split on May 27th. 1 for 100. A 1 for 100 split. And this closed up yesterday 38% rise yesterday to 183, and now it's sitting at 179 in the pre-market, okay? One-year chart shows them down 90%, 98% over the last year. It's certainly not a long stock to hold. Well, their gross profit margin finally went positive. It's been negative, negative, negative. Everything else is negative. Return on assets, yep, negative. Cash from operations, negative 927,000. Net income per employee, down 7,539. This company has 134 employees. It's located, of course, in Yangon, China. All right. Well, I can't find any breaking news on them, but at least they just recently did a split, so they shouldn't do one. They just did one on March 27th, 2026. Hopefully, they won't be doing another one anytime soon. All right, and that is LBGJ. Don't know why it's going up, but that's one that was called out this morning by Nouveau Music. Well, he called it out yesterday. Nouveau Music. And if we look at the one-day chart on it right now, this is what it looks like right now. There's where it is right now. All right, and that's the one-day chart. It was a good one yesterday morning called out. Next one we're going to look at is TGHL. Grow Hub, this is called. And one thing I can say about it is, first of all, the high already is 146.88. That's a sell number on my buy-sell sheet for sure. It really actually reached 147.12. 147.12. And the high resistance right here was at 140. 140. It basically stopped at 140. And those numbers are probably relevant to the past if you go back and look at the past. Oh, yeah, they are. Sure, they are. There should also be a level of resistance right here and right here. This is TGHL, and its high of the morning pre-market was 168, where you all know to sell. Yesterday in the aftermarket, this thing shot up from a price where it had been whittled down of 79 cents to $1.68. And now you can see all the levels of resistance here. There's a heavy one right there for sure. There are many levels of resistance. There's one right here. There's level resistance right here. There's a level of resistance right here. For sure, right here, a big level of resistance right there. That's at the bottom of this right here, folks. And this is the stock we're looking at, TGHL. And I'm outlining the lines of resistance that are on this stock right now. Okay? So we'll know where we should sell some. All right? And so I'm trying to outline all the levels of resistance. There's another one right there. And now, as this rises, you'll know when it gets there, sell a little because it's going to pull back. then sell a little when it gets there and pull back, then sell here and then it'll pull back to this line, then sell here and it'll pull back to this line, then sell up here at this one and it'll pull back halfway, then sell at the next one. And you just know to sell a little at each one of those lines, folks, because, folks, this is called mirror trading. And the way the stock came down is the same way the stock is going to go up. And you can clearly see this line of resistance right here. It's relative to the past. Go back and look. You'll see where it was. You'll see it. You'll know it. You'll know you should have sold some there. I mean, even when you look here, when they ran it to this price here, man, oh man, look at all the times that was the bottom right there. You had to know there's going to be resistance right there. Look at the resistance right there and the resistance right there and the resistance right there. You just had to know there would be resistance at that number, folks, right there. Resistance. So when you're watching the stock and you see it stop going up, find out why the 5-day stopped there. Take that line across the screen, go back and look a year ago and see what's going on. See where the line was and know why you should have sold at this line. Because history proves it, okay? And that line right there is at 140.44, basically. So let's go over here. 140. There it is. So when the 5-day average hit that line, look over here. Lo and behold, look at the bottom right there, 140, the bottom, 140. Look how they sat there. Look how they sat there. Look at the top there. I mean, you can just see, look at the top there, the resistance. Use this history. Use the past to determine the future, folks, is what I try to teach people here. Go back and use the past, and you'll see that line of resistance. Repeatedly, that line is there. And know, oh my gosh, they're going to stop it there. We need to sell some. It's most likely going to stop there. All right, this is TGHL. And right now, the bottom line of resistance is going to be right here on this stock. So let me put in a line of resistance where the bottom is going to be, and that's right there. And you can clearly see they've defined this with the 5-day average once, twice, 3 times. That is the bottom right there. $1.15. And it really is 113, I'm sure. 113, Savannah. If you put a line here, what is that number? 112.57. 113, folks. 113. So you can see over here, look at this bottom right there. Price is 115. There's also a very well-established low right here at this price. 108, Savannah, 108. It says 107.03, but it's 108, folks, 108. All right, that's TGHL. And I'm telling you, where it is right now is at a very well-defined bottom, this line right here. It was a bottom once, it was a bottom twice, it was a bottom 3 times. Then they brought it over here. I'm telling you, that line is a bottom, folks. You might want to dabble on this right here now. This line is an established low over and over. Once, twice, 3 times, and off. Once, twice, 3 times and up. Once, twice, 3 times and up. Then they stopped it from rising there. They stopped it from going over. They stopped it from going over. They stopped it from going over. And now they stop it on that line from dropping. Do you understand? Look at it go. Look at it bouncing right off of this line right here. Just like it should. Hell, they just got the 50 to drop below the 200 there. And look at the buyers coming in now. I'm telling you, TGHL, it's a buy. TGHL, I'm going to be trading this one today for sure. It is up right now, big time already, but that is the bottom right there. I would have nibbled right there for sure. Well, we got 30 minutes till the market opens, but that bottom right there is a good one. And if you could get in, I'd nibble at this right here, folks. Just nibble a little bit. All right. And that is the stock TGHL. Now I want to look at VEEE. And by the way, let's look at this stock on a 20-day chart. There it is, TGHL. And it shouldn't stop in this region. It's never stopped here before. The 5 days never stopped there. It's never stopped there before. TGHL. There's a big gap from here to there. There's a big gap, folks. TGHL. TGHL. I provide, you decide. The biggest resistance this morning is going to be at $1.30. The resistance is going to be at $1.30, okay? If it breaks over $1.30, it's going to go up to this price next, and that'll be $1.38. Then it's got to break $1.40. Then it's got to break $1.42. Then a 44, I'm sure. Yep, 45, yep. Breaks over 44 and 45. It's got a nice little move ahead of it then after that. All right? TGHL. And mind you, it was already at $1.68 last night in the after hours. $1.68. TGHL. And as for the news, what's the move behind it? I don't see any news. On the 15th, GrowHub stock is trending overnight. Here's why it jumped 73% in after hours. TGHL shares of the Singapore-based agri-tech company jumped 73% to 141 after the bell, after the GrowHub disclosed in a Securities and Exchange Commission filing that it had signed a merger agreement on Tuesday with South Korea's Enchem company and its U.S. subsidiary, Enchem America. TGHL merger news. Okay. Thank you. And it's a Singapore company merging with U.S. company and a South Korean company, I think it said. It's an agri-tech company. Disclosed, signed a merger agreement on Tuesday with South Korea's Enchem. Yep. Okay. All right. Got it. So that's the news that spiked it up to the price in after hours of 168. And we'll have to watch it, folks. TGHL. Next, VEEE. Well, bid is 37.04. The ask is 37.30. Both of those numbers just dropped. The bid just dropped to 37. Now the ask is 37.06. Watch out, folks. Listen, here's the thing I want you to be aware of. The previous high resistance of the 5-day was right here, this yesterday, right there. The next one dropped to here, right there. The next one is here now. Right there. I'm just going to put a mark where it is now. But it was down to here, right there. All right. So it was down to here once and twice, a double tata yesterday. Then it moved up to here. Then it dropped to here. Then it moved nicely up here. And be aware that the 5-day right here now is at a point where it's never stopped before. It's never stopped here. It likely will go back up to here now. Okay. And then if it breaks here, then it's really going to take off. The 5-day does, if it does. VEEE. The bid is 36.85. The ask is 37.26. 40-cent gap. Now the bid is 37. The ask is 37.20. I don't have the nerve for it, folks. I don't have the nerve for it. You guys can ride that horse all you want, but I would wager against it going much higher. I don't know for sure, though. I have no idea. Right now, it's getting very herky-jerky, and you're seeing a price of $32 down to $18 and then up to $47 and down to $27. That's a $27 drop. Then a $46 from the 27, a $19 rise, and then from the high of 51.41, they dropped it to $24, a $25 drop. From the $25 drop, it goes from 24 up to 39, a $14 rise. Man, I tell you, be careful, people. Whoa. Don't get in there if you can't afford it, if you don't have the money to lose. Next stock, NEXT. Man, that thing has really created a gap from here down to here just now. That doesn't do much for me there right now. NEXT. I have to tell you, not yet. Let's look at the 1-day on it. Nope. I see it's trying to push the 50 and 45 or push upwards here. I do see that, but I don't know, JP. I'm not sure about that one. Not a ton of volume on it either. Not sure about that one, JP. I'm not real enthused with the falling 200-day like that, but let's look at it on the 20-day and see what's really going on. Well, one thing I can say about this line that they just established right there is that line has been a line of major resistance right there once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. It finally broke over. Then they broke it below. The 10th time it blew past it. And now they drop it to that line again, 11 and 12 times there. 12 times that line. Well, I'll tell you what, they like that line right there. That's for sure. They liked it to keep it here. Here's the deal. Here they were shorting it off this line. So they shorted it and it dropped, and they shorted it and it dropped, and they shorted it, dropped, shorted it, dropped it, shorted it, dropped it, shorted it, dropped it, shorted it. Now they went long. Ding dong, they went long on this line. So now they go long, it rises. Now they go long again, it rises. They go long again, it rises. Okay. So before they were shorting it from this line and making money, shorting it, shorting it, shorting it, short it again here, short it again here. Then crosses over. Now the rules change. They go long, run it up, then fleece it out. They go long again, run it up, fleece it out. They go long again, run it up. All right. And that's what it looks like to me right here. NEXT. Time for the run up. Because here, shorted it, short, 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 now long, long, long. All right. And I could be wrong. We'll have to see what it does. But it looks like a nice rising 200 day here. And the reason they were shorting it here so much, shorting it and shorting it and shorting it, is because that 200 was falling, man. It makes it easy with that 200 day falling like that. Easy peasy, easy peasy, easy peasy, easy to make it keep falling, easy to make it keep falling, keep falling. But here now it gets tough because the 200's rising and the 50's rising. And it's hard to hold it down. They can force it down and they can squeeze everyone out. But then, man, with that 200 rising now and that 50 rising and 45, it's a different story. It's not 200 dropping and 50 and 45 dropping, okay? It's a different momentum of the long-term moving averages. And the only reason they're currently looking like they're both dropping is because they just so aggressively hit it back to the same line again, this same familiar line for them. All right, everyone? I provide, you decide. The stock is NEXT. All right? This was called out by JP Panic. NEXT. It's going to need some volume, though, behind it. So one quick thing I want to look at here, and I want to see, do they do reverse splits? NEXT. No, they have no record of doing reverse splits. All right, that's good. That's good. No reverse splits. All right. Now I want to go over to NEXT, and I want to see how many shares are outstanding and the volume lately. So first of all, statistically, how many shares are outstanding? 264 million. 264 million shares outstanding. Wow. And the float is 129 million. All right. And by the way, one thing I like about this company that's a plus is it says down here, shares held by insiders, 45%. 45% insiders. And institutions are holding 44%. Well, heck, that's 99% together. Half of them are held by insiders and half of them are held by institutions, folks. Shares short is 19 million, 13% short position on this. And no, they don't pay out any dividends. Well, their net income, their EBITDA is negative $227 million. Their EBITDA is negative 227 million, and their return on equity is negative 18%. So that one steers me away from them. I mean, but still, shares outstanding and shares held by institution is nice. Now let's go look at the historical data and see what the volume's been like lately. Well, the volume ranges around 2 million to 3 million shares a day. And the price used to be $7 and $8 a share. $7 and $8. And right now it's the same. You know, one thing you could look at also in historical data to give you an idea of the range of the trading each day, go back and just look over the last week. 765 was the high, 728 was the low. So that's a 37 cents gap between the high and the low. 37 cents. The next day, 766 high, 737. 30-cent gap between the high and the low. Next day, 767 high, 745. That's only a 22-cent gap between the high and the low. The next day, 784. The low, 741. 43-cent gap between the high and the low. 778. 748. 30-cent gap between the high and the low. 806. 768. 38-cent gap between the high and the low. 819. 788. 23-cent gap between the high and the low. 831, 798. 33-cent gap. 812, 782. 30-cent gap. 845, 799. 46-cent gap, the biggest yet. 829, 806. Wow, that's nothing. 20, 25-cent gap. 23, really. And then the last trading day, 821, 761. Wow, a 60-cent gap. Finally, a 60-cent gap recently. And the volume, though, is still only around between 2 and 1.5 million. All right. Well, that's how much it's going to swing each day if you want to make that much. Range is about 30 cents a day. And that's just, 5% per day. 5% if you catch every low and every high. And that was on the stock NEXT, I believe. Yep. Now we're going to look at some others. John Connor, can you take a look at STIM? Yes, we're having big time air quality issues here. Big time visually, you can just see it in the air. Just smoke particles and dust from all the farmers plowing their fields right now. It's combined. It's a double whammy. Next, we're going to look at NXTC. Next Cure. There it is, NXTC. NXTC. Looks pretty good right there. Let's look at the 10-day chart. It had actually jumped all the way up. Look at that. 12.30 a share. Wow. And now they pinch the 5 and 10-day together on this 1-day chart. All right, I see it. Thank you, JP and Gregory Karasinski. Next, ATAI. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining me late, these are the stocks that have been called out today. And I've made my way down from the top all the way down to right here now, ATAI. So I got a long ways to go yet. Got a lot to look at here. And we've only got 10 minutes to do it in. All right, so let's just blast through here. There's ATAI right there. It looks like it's at a convergence point on the 20-day chart, and most likely it'll bounce off this rising 50-day and rising 200. They might come at it right out of the gate and try to beat it down, and then it might go right on up because I like this rising 200 and the rising 50. I do like that a lot. I like it a lot. All right, now we're going to take a look, and that ATAI, that'll be a good one to look at. Now, AGEN, and we're going to be looking at the one-day chart on ATAI consolidating right there on a dropping 200. ATAI, well, that's an interesting one. That looks interesting. Okay, let's take a look now at some other ones real quick. We got to fly here. AGEN. AGEN, there it is. Big old gaping vaggy there yesterday. And then a nut sack and the silver slipper, then off she goes. Then they tried to drop it, someone in desperation, to get out at 472.73. And they went long at 473 this morning right there, and now they're driving it up. It looks good. AGEN. It needs to break this line, though, 504. It's got to get over 504. The 5-day average has to get over 504. And if it does, it's got a big gap up to this number right here, 515. 515 is the first line of resistance, okay? There's actually another one right here. It's got to get over this 504. It just has to. It's got to. Okay? It's got to get over this line where they've stopped it and they've stopped it and they've stopped it from rising and stopped it from rising and stopped it from rising, stopped it there, stopped it there. It's got to get over here. Then it jumps up to 5. Yep. It's got to get over there. Then it's going to make a nice move. All right, but it's got to get over 504 for sure, for sure, for sure. It's got to get over that number. And it's also got to get over then 508. That's another obstacle. Right over here, 508 is a big obstacle. 508. If it gets over 508, it's going to go up to right here, and that price is $511. Breaks that, and it goes up here to 513, Savannah. 513, Savannah. If it breaks that, it jumps up to here. 521. And if it breaks 521, it jumps to here. 530. All right? That's what's going to happen with this stock if it can get over each of those lines. And right now, I like the look of it. I like the look of that little double Madonna right there and crossing over the 5-day with the rising 200 and rising 45 and 50. Look how they're starting to turn up right there, the 45 and 50-day. I like it. AGEN, I'm going to get in on this one today, probably a little bit more. BSX is next called out. BSX. That looks good. This is called out by John Connor. BSX. I like it a lot. Man, that looks very strong. And you might want to look back over the history of it because, ladies and gentlemen, you can see right here, there was a major line of resistance that was right here at this point. Okay? You can see it right there. They stopped it once and they stopped it twice and they stopped it 3 times. Well, look right here. It's breaking over that line right now, folks. A triple upside crossover here. They had a triple upside crossover in the morning yesterday as well. Boom. And look at it shoot up. And now another triple upside crossover right here. Boom. And I'm telling you, this was a line of stoppage, 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 and now poppage. Okay? All right. BSX. If it goes over that line anymore, watch out. It's going to make a nice move. Let's go look at the 20-day. Yep. Oh, yeah. Now you can see other lines of resistance here. There's a line of resistance right here, folks. Right there. And there it is. It's where it is right now. So there's a line of resistance there. If it goes over that, it's going to come up to this line right here. Right here is where it's coming up to. And that price is $44.18. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so you want to be selling this when it's at $44.13 through $44.18. If it breaks this line, $43.71. If it breaks that, it's going to go to $44.18. If it breaks that number, it's going to come up here with resistance for sure. You can see it was resistance right there, resistance right there, resistance right there. Then it breaks that line. It goes to right here. That's this point right there, resistance. If it breaks over this line of resistance, folks, it's going to come up to about right here, right around this region right here. If it breaks that line of resistance, which is at $4.88, Savannah, 488, then it's going to go up to right here, right there. And that price is at 4507, 4508, for sure a sell there. Then the next line of resistance, it goes all the way up to right here, right there. That's because right here you can see it was heavy resistance right there. And then the last line of defense for the shorts is right here, folks. After it breaks that number, it's going to go to the frickin' moon, okay? All right, it's going to go to the moon. And that number is $45.55, okay? Call that the number, 45.55. That's the stock, BSX. Okay, that's the one-day chart. There's the one-day chart on it now, BSX, okay? Now, the next number, the next stock called out by John Connor is SIVR. SIVR. And we are now 4 minutes or 3 minutes till the market opens. And SIVR has really been hammered down. It was at a high of 55.90. The next line of resistance is right here at 55.50. The next line of resistance is right here at 55.38. And the next line of resistance is right there at, hold on, right there. And that line of resistance is 55.13, Savannah. Then down here's the next line of resistance, right here. Right there. Come on, put a line there. And that price is at $54.98. Yeah, so right at $55. And the next line of resistance was right there. And that price was $54.88, I'm sure, $54.88. And then the next line of resistance was right here. And that price is right there at $54.68. Then you're going to have a line of resistance that drops way down to right here. And that line is from 54.68, 54.46. And your next line of resistance is here. and that price is at 54.30. And then there's going to be resistance right there, and that price is at 54.19 or 54.20. Then you've definitely got resistance here, and that line is at 54.11. Gets below that, and your next line of resistance is here, and that price is at $53.99, $54. And your next level of resistance is here, and that price is at $53.90. Then it's got one level of resistance there, and that price is at $53.85. One more line of resistance right here, and that resistance level is at $53.71. And as for right now, when this thing rises here, you better sell a little at $53.71. When the 5 days there, when the 5-day blue line is at $53.71, you want to sell some of this, okay? Wherever the price is, that's what you want to do. Then when the 5-day gets to here, you want to sell a little bit more, okay? And that's at $53.85. Just watching the 5-day. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as it falls is the way it will rise, okay? And that's the end of that one for SIVR, okay? And we're going to look at it now on the 1-day chart again. And that's it, 1-day chart. If you look at this stock on the 20-day chart, that's what it looks like on the 20-day. So it's got plenty of upside potential still on this stock. Sorry I didn't get to everybody else. There's a lot more to look at, OTLK. But right now I'm going to go to my monitor page and see what I'm up or down on right now. And if anything's moving to the upside, everything looks like it's pretty much down today right now. So the first one I'm going to go to take a look at here is a chart now called out OTLK. 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 This is called out by several this morning. And for some reason, it is not pulling out. I'm not getting an OTLK, John Connor. I might have wrote it down wrong. Now I'm going to look at PROP. PROP does not really look very good to me right now. I don't really like it. ATPC. Let's look at the 1-day on this. Yeah, PROP down 1.79% right now. Now let's take a look at another one. ATPC. Called out by Jayhawk. ATPC. On the decline right now. Big time selling right out of the gate on that. ATPC. Next one we're going to look at is LIMN. Said a good might be a good one today. LIMN. LIMN. And it's getting attacked out of the gate right now. Let's look at this on the 20-day. That looks good on the 20-day and getting attacked out of the gate. It's got a triple crossover on the 200-day average right now, crossing right now. So LIMN, I'm going to trade that right now. LIMN. And it is at the low. I'm going to buy 60 shares at market. Trying to buy 1313 here. And I'm buying LIMN. And I just got in at 1320. LIMN. Trying to buy at market, and it's taking forever to fill. And now I got a 1348. And I'm looking at the chart, LIMN. There it is right there. The biggest resistance line for us next is going to be right here. And there's going to be a line of resistance here. It's got to get over those two. If it gets over those two, then it's going to make a really nice move, folks. If it can get the 5-day can get over this and this, then it's going to make a real nice gap up. It should go from there all the way up to right here, and that price is 16 cents, 16.23, and then the next line of resistance is here at 1684. If it goes over 1684, then she really goes. LIMN. And I just bought it at 1327. Now I want to get over here and I'm going to take a look at QUCY. 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 Man, has that thing been a falling rock? I don't know if I like that or not. QUCY called out by Jayhawk. Yeah, be careful of that one. Okay. Next, VRAX. This one was called out by Jayhawk, VRAX. And man, it already hit 1481 yesterday in the after hours. What is the news on this stock? JRAX. I don't see any news on this stock, VRAX, at all. I don't see any catalyst on it. All right, next we're going to look at ASLK. ASLK. This was called out by Jayhawk. I don't see any ASLK. FIRY now. FIRY. FIRY. Very little volume on this stock. FIRY, folks. And I don't see any reason for it to make a move. The bid is 843. The ask is 860. Big gap between the bid and the ask. FIRY doesn't really jump out there for me. I'm sorry, Jayhawk. VEE. Beware of this one, folks. Now, it's on the run right now, but watch out. Be careful on this one, folks. The previous high of the 5-day was up here. The next time it was dropped. It's dropped 3 times now. VEEE. It's very risky, folks. I would say be careful, okay? Be careful. Be careful. Next, Tony Henry, IQST. In case you're joining us here late, what happens is each day on this channel, a whole bunch of people are here with me, and they're calling out all these stocks. And when they call them out, I look them up, and I decide which ones I want to get into. And I'm getting down to the bottom of this list right now. IQST, I'm going to look at now. IQST. IQST. Enter. Oh, I like that one. That one's got my interest. I'm going to buy some of that. IQST. And I'm going to come in for 100 shares of that right now. And I'm going to buy it on market. IQST. It's up 36% right now. And I just got it at 119. And I like buying that number. I like buying 120. And I just got 120 and a half. And I'm going to buy it again. And I just got 120 and a half again. I just got 120 and a half. And here's the chart on it. IQST, ladies and gentlemen. IQST. There's the chart on IQST right now. Next, we're going to go with SKHYV. 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 I like that one, Tony Henry, that you called out. I don't see an SKHYV, Tony Henry. Next, let's try NUAI. NUAI. Oh, slaughtering it down. And ladies and gentlemen, this was at $4.57 a share, and now it's at $4.20. So I'm going to trade this one, NUAI. NUAI. Enter. And I'm coming in on this one right now to buy 60 shares, buy at market. And I want to try to buy this at around 420 a share and 413. See if I can get a 408 and 407 on it. We'll try 415 here and buy at market again now. And I just bought at 420, which is one of my favorite numbers to buy. The stock was already at 438, folks. The stock was already at 438. NUAI. And I just bought it again. This stock was called out by Tony Henry this morning. Next, I want to look at GRPN. NUAI. I'm going to buy it again right here at market. I got it at 418. NUAI. Also trying to buy it at 415, 413 here. Let's try 411. One more buy here, 418. They have a fake spoof share on this at 10,000 shares at 432. 10,000 fake shares alert. 10,000 at 432. Market makers think this is going to 432 right now. That's where their target is, 432. And that is on the stock NUAI. Next, GRPN with a huge short squeeze possibility. GRPN. It was a low of 25.72. Right now, the high is at 26.10. I would not recommend buying it here. No, I wouldn't. They should pull it back down below 25 here. Let's look at this on the chart. GRPN. There it is. Got a real short squeeze possibility on this. And just looking at this right now and breaking it down, this is a resistance line here, which they've hit once, stopped it from rising, twice brought it down to, third time brought it down to, fourth time bringing it down to. Same line. Okay? This is a critical pinch line, I call it. And right now, that is the line of resistance right there. And that price is at right there, 25.86. 25.86, folks. And there they are again on it right now, 25.86. The 5 days right there on it. GRPN, it's down 1%. This stock is very, very heavily shorted, and there's no shares available to short right now. That's what I was told this morning. I'm not sure who called this out. GRPN. Noah Flood says ASTS. All right, ASTS. Let's look at it. Oh, boy. And it already hit a high of 61.49. Wow. Wow, that is quite a high right there. And then the next level of resistance is right here at that price is 60.64. The next level of resistance is here. And that price is 60.31. And when it rises the next time, the level of resistance will be here at 59.94. There's also a level of resistance here, big level of resistance at 59.72, of course. And a big level of resistance right there at 59.37. 59.37. The next level of resistance will be right here at 59.18. And the next level of resistance will be at this line here, which is going to be 58.97 as it rises. All right. Heavy line of resistance right here at 58.70. And the lowest line of resistance will be what they did in the pre-market right there. 58.06. 58.06. And the lowest in the pre-market price achieved was 57.51. All right. That is the stock ASTS. Noah Floods. Boy, they came at that. All right, let's see here now. Oh, BATL. I'm down 18 on. LIMN, I'm up on 244. I'm up on AGEN, so I'm going to go over here and look at AGEN right now. AGEN. And they've dropped it down from the high. And they've dropped it down, AGEN, right now, to a line they're very familiar with right here. 508. Oh, yeah. 1 day chart. And let's look at this on the 5-day chart, AGEN. There's the 5-day chart on AGEN, folks. There's the 5-day chart. And look how they barcoded. And look at the 45 and 50 turning north here, right here. Look at the 5-day rising off the 10-day. I like it. AGEN. I'm going to buy this. AGEN. And I'm going to buy it at 507 for sure. We'll try 20 shares here. Buy it at 507 if I can get it. 506. 508. I want it. And I just got 508. My dollar cost average on this stock is $4.84. 484. I just got a 507. And right now I'm up, since I opened this position, I'm up 96, now up 110. And I own 400 shares of this stock. Now I'm going to try to buy it at market. And she's rising quickly, AGEN. And I just got a 514 after I just filled 507, folks. AGEN. Look at the chart again on this right here. AGEN. Now, let's move this out and look at a 20-day chart on this. AGEN. Look at that rising 200, steadily rising. AGEN. And this is it right now on the chart, folks. There's what it's doing right now. AGEN. All right. Now I'm going to go back to my monitor page here. And I'm going to look at a stock now, VMAR. Okay, there's the bottom. They just reached it. Yep. And what a familiar low line here we're looking at on this stock, VMAR. Right now, they have just fallen in love. They've fallen in love with that line, folks, for the low. Look at that low once right there, twice right there, 3 times there, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. And I'm filling now on AGEN at 504. I just picked up 504. And my dollar cost average is 491. And I just picked up a 503. Look at today's low, folks, on my dollar cost average. Today's low, 492. And they had 541 shares there at my price, 492. And I'm going to buy 20 shares here at 504 now, or somewhere around there. 503. And at $5, they've had 42,000 folks, so I'm going to try to join the $5 club. And my dollar cost average is 492. I just bought NUAI at 413. And I'm going to look here at NUAI. NUAI. There it is, the low of the day. I just bought it. All right. And I'm waiting on 411. And I'm waiting on 407 and 408. I just got a 412. NUAI. Well, I guess they're done with the 413s now. Buyers are coming in at 414 now, 414. Yep, and I just did two myself, 414. All right, we're out of here. Out of here she goes, folks. There she goes. Nice buys right there on NUAI. The low we bought was 411. And now we're back up over. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. NUAI, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is on the chart, NUAI. And they just double ta-ta'd this thing. Yep. They're coming for the low right there. Now, let's look at the 5-day chart on this stock. Okay, so we've got some lines of resistance prior that are right here at this number, right there. And that number is right here where we are now, right there. Okay, look right here. I want you to see how they drove it down below this line. So there's a line of resistance right there, okay? And I want you to see they drove it down to here before. But the 5-day is now on this line. And they sure did stop the 5-day from rising there. Okay? That's why I'm buying here, because the 5 days on this line. And man, they stopped the 5-day from rising here 3 times. They stopped it there at that line. And that's why I'm buying here. And now we're back over my dollar cost average. Very nice. Coming in for 20 shares on my average again and below me. I see them trying to dump on my average, 417. Buyers are coming in now heavily at 418. 418. And the stock I'm on here is NUAI. NUAI. Here's the chart on it, NUAI. And again, now chances are, since there's a gap from there to right here, we're going to here next. We're going to go back up to 431 a share, 431, pretty quickly. There's a big gap here, folks. There's a gap here with only resistance right there. A little bit of resistance right there. Right there. And the stock is NUAI. Look at it on the 1-day chart, folks. There it is. NUAI. It was at 457 a share this yesterday afternoon. 457 a share when the closing at the closing. 457. It actually hit 457. The 5-day stopped at 454. And I just bought NUAI at 417, which is my dollar cost average, by the way, NUAI. And I now have 500 shares of this stock. And I am on buying the near the low of the day. At the low of the day, 411, there was only 14,000 shares available at the low of the day of 411. And this is quite an accumulation right here now at 417 on my dollar cost average. As a matter of fact, 417 is the most shares of this stock bought today. 417 and a half. 257,000 shares bought at 417 and a half. A penny and a half over a half a penny over my dollar cost average. All right, that's cool. NUAI. We're gonna move on here. Great call on prop, John. Was 5-cent gap now too. Gap on AGEN. Got it. AGEN. Oh, I'm up $89 on this now. The smoke. Somebody asked me about it today. What are your air conditions? And I said horrible. No, don't bother with it. No. Particles can get in your lungs right now, so stay inside if you can, folks. Stay inside if you can. All right. Well, AGEN, it seems to be stuck at 508, Savannah. Somebody wants to buy a bunch at 508. Accumulate. Run out of it at 507 and 508. Come on, Shorty. I'm ready to buy for even less. Do what you can with it. Chart. NUAI. Well, they've decided now to try to maintain it and hold it here with a little bit of a herk and jerk and herk and jerk and a little herk and jerk. NUAI, ladies and gentlemen, now down 6.73% today. Trying to hold it at the Masters number 411 for the low today. And I bought it there. I bought it at 411. NUAI. Next. And let's go look at the news, NUAI news. New era. Digital settlement with U.S. trustee gets court approval. That was on July the 9th. That news was on July the 9th. New Era Energy and digital settlement with U.S. trustee gets approval. And I just bought NUAI at 413 a share again. Nice. NUAI. Let's go take a look at it. Very nice. And they haven't had diddly squat for shares down there at 413. I'm going back in now, 414. See? They don't have any shares down here, folks. They don't. And they already shot their wad at 415 and 416. They've already shot their wad there. They've done all they could with this thing. Had 2 shots at 413 this morning, and that's it. They ran out. Now they got 414, and now I'm just going to fill at 415 until they run out of them. And it won't be long. It won't be long till they're out of 415s. I don't believe. Just look at all the people buying here. 415s. Swarming it at 414. Now we're at 415.5. Oh, no. NUAI, ladies and gentlemen, that's the stock I'm buying right here. And my dollar cost average is $4.16. I have a feeling it'll be going over that very soon. Yep. Pick up all the 414 you want right here. Because this will be the last of the dumping 414s. If they really had any power at all, they'd be dumping the 413s here instead of 414s. Believe you me. They wouldn't be dumping these 414s with their cell phone orders, okay? They'd be dumping 413 if they had any power over it. Uh-oh, and she's at 416 now. Which fortunately, since they just sold me all those 414s, gave me my dollar cost average at 416. And now I'm saying buyers coming in at 417. Yeah. Last call for 415. And I just bought AGEN at 505. Yes. AGEN. I just got it at 503. AGEN. I just got it at 502. And I'm going to try to buy it at 496, 497, 498, 499. AGEN. I'm up $51 on this stock right now. AGEN. Since I bought it, well, now I'm up 35 on it. AGEN. Today I'm down 29, but my dollar cost average is down here, folks, 496. And by buying these $5 shares, I'm raising my DCA, but hey, I think this is the bottom, man. They've already bought tons of shares up here all the way up to 523. So I say, hey, I'll buy the bottom of the wall. Buy the bottom of the wall, baby. Right here. The lower. I'm buying down at the foundation, folks, where the slab is right here. $5, $5.501. They're not going to hold this thing below $5. No freaking way. They can try all they want. They haven't had any shares below 5. Look down here. At the low of the day, folks, they only had 541 shares at 492. At 493, they had none. At 494, they had 0. At 495, they had 968. And at my dollar cost average, they had 10,000 at my dollar cost average of 496. So they don't have any shares down here. They ain't got crap down here. And now I'm filling at 504, 504. But I'm not going to raise my dollar cost average. That's all I want on that. AGEN. All right, so they ran it down to $5. Good deal. Nice. NUAI, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the chart on NUAI. And that looks like to me one ta-ta, two ta-ta, triple ta-ta. Total recall right there, folks. Total recall on this stock. NUAI. NUAI, total recall. And listen, they dropped this thing right here at 9:33 p.m. The price was $4.33 at 9:33. And they dropped it all the way down to $4.13, 20-cent drop in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, it dropped 20 cents. So now in 10 minutes, it could go right back up 20 cents. I'm telling you, folks, in 10 minutes' time, this thing could go all the way back up to this price, 431, in 10 minutes' time. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And I just bought AGEN at $5. Nice. And I just got it at $4.98. Man, they're a penny over my dollar cost average now. And now they just went down a penny below my dollar cost average. Nice. AGEN. And this is NUAI right now. Man, I just got AGEN at $4.93. Pardon me. And I'm buying right now on this number, 492, 493, a lot. As you can hear, I'm just tapping away at 492 a share. And I'm going to keep doing it. There we go. Now we're at 494. Nice little attack right there at 10 o'clock, 10:01. Very quick little short attack with no shares here at 492. They've only had 3,000 shares at 492. Yep. Only had 3,000 shares there at 492 low. Very nice. And we're right back up now, ladies and gentlemen. That was a nice little drop and pop now. And that's on AGEN. AGEN. And now they're sitting on my dollar cost average, 496. AGEN. Very nice little rundown from 528. That's right. The high this morning was 528. And they pulled it down to 492. So 36-cent drop they just achieved. And now everybody's buying like crazy on my dollar cost average or a half penny above me. 496 is the number everybody wants. Uh-oh. There's a 497 now. Look out, shorty. I'll stay below me and see if I can get any more 492, 93, 94, 95s. Come on, shorty. All right. Well, they gave it all they could right then. AGEN. Let's go over to my monitor page and see what's going on. SOBR. Let's go look at that. They did a public share offering, I think, in the after hours. SOBR. And by the way, take a look right now at NUAI, folks. NUAI. There was the triple bottom. I told you they ran it down 20 cents in just 10 minutes, and it could go back up 20 cents in 10 minutes. That's what I told you. It's NUAI. NUAI. NUAI, folks. New Era Digital has not come out with any new news, but for some reason, this stock, for some reason, achieved a price of $4.57 in the pre-market. 450. Actually, it was yesterday, right before the closing. Yesterday, right at the closing, 457 a share. And then look at them fleece it out this morning. Look at them just fleece that thing out good. They tripled it, man. Triple taton. Look at all the red. Look at the sea of red. And now this is the stock NUAI. NUAI. And I just got the buying it at 411 a share. And NUAI. And now you can see down here, these candlesticks are indicating we've got more buyers than sellers there, more buyers than sellers there, more buyers there, equal buyers, sellers here. And it is rising, folks. NUAI. NUAI. Right on up. Nice flat top green candlestick here with no wick on it at all. NUAI. NUAI, everyone. And it's now at 420 a share, and I just bought it at 411 about 10 minutes ago. NUAI. NUAI. I am up $38 on the position right now. $38 up on it. NUAI. And I've got a lot of shares of it. In fact, I don't want to buy any more. I'm going to start putting in some triggers to let me know that it's really going off. I'm going to put a sell in at 423, and then 425, and then 427. Just small share orders, and then I'll know when it's really going off. All right? And we're going to take a look now at some other stocks here that have been called out. If you're late to the tank this morning, these are all the stocks that have been called out today. And we've had a bunch of them, folks. So take a look at these stocks that have been called out, especially the ones that have asterisks beside them. And I bought into some LIMN, IQST, okay? I just bought AGEN at 490. So it's still falling. AGEN is falling. They're really coming after AGEN right now. And they're taking another shot at NUAI right this moment. Right this moment. They got a couple of heavy red sticks here that they just ran at NUAI again. Trying to take it down to my dollar cost average. All right, AGEN. There it is. And this is a very, very, very familiar low right here where the 5-day is on AGEN right now. You can look over here and see how they dropped it to here and it rose, dropped it to here and it rose, dropped it to here and it rose, dropped it to here. I mean, this is a very, very familiar drop line. Dropped it to here that morning in the pre-market and it rose. And here they are again on the same line. So I'm going to trade it here. AGEN. And I'm coming in on it. I've seen this line too many times as a low. Just got it at 489 twice. 489. Again, 489. It makes me wonder, why isn't it at 488? Again, I got 489. And why isn't it at 488? 489 again. Why no 488, shorty? Now we're at 491. 491, of course. 20 shares at a time now. I'm coming in. 490. Oh, nice try, shorty. Nice try. Why not 488? Where's the 488, shorty? There it is. There you got it. Oh, man, I thought you did. I'm sitting there. I'm waiting on it. There's a 488. Finally, Savannah. Finally, a 488. Oh, it took forever. But you got it there. Good job. Nice. Let's ring the bell for the shorts that got 488 there for a minute. And how many shares did they have at the low? 389 shares. 389 shares, folks. 389 shares at now 5,000 at 488 and 203 at 487 where I just tried to buy. Unfortunately, they wouldn't let me buy any 487. I don't know where they were saying they did, but I couldn't get it there. I'm still trying. I'm trying. But no. It won't happen. And now we're at 491 again. Oh, goodness. 489. Well, Shorty, that wasn't very long at 488. That's pretty pitiful, really. I don't even think you were down there for a whole minute, even. That's sad. And now I'm having to fill at 489 because you can't muscle it down to your favorite number. And now we're filling at 489 again. Golly. Jeez. What happened to the 488s? There's a 487 for me. Nice. Bring it on down. Show us your power. Show us your strength. Right now, folks, they just sold 1,000 at 484. 1,000 shares at 484. And I'm now able to fill at 485. And now it's at 485 again. Won't be here long. Yep, 1,000 shares at 484, folks, is what they just had. 1,000. God bless them. I'm glad they were able to muster up 1,000 at 484, that's for sure. And I'm buying here right now. I got a lot of cash to buy with. And I'm going to keep buying 484 until they don't have any more. That's right. I'm just going to buy here. And I really wouldn't be surprised at all to see them try to take it down to 482, 83, which is what they really, really like. But unfortunately, it looks like that's not going to happen in the cards for them today. 484 is it. That's my call, 484, to buy in on this stock. And that stock is AGEN. My suggestion is buy it some at 484. And I could be wrong, but it just jumped up to 489. And now it's at 490. So I think I am correct. 484 was the bit bottom. And now I'm going to bring in my buy order at 488, 489. Yep, 484, where they had how many shares? 4,599. And at 485, they had more, right? No, they only had 3,600 there. Huh. At the low of the day, they had 45.99, and the next number, only 36.85. And then they ran out at 487 with 14,001. 14,001 at 487, folks. And they ran out of that. 14,001 at 487. Well, God bless them for trying to hold it down. AGEN. Here's the chart right now. AGEN. This is what it looks like right now. Just hit this lowest level. And that was over here in the pre-market. Yesterday, they had it down lower. Yesterday in the pre-market, they had it down to, in the after hour, near the after hours, right near the closing, they had it down to 482. 482. And yes. Yep. I sure did. Look at that thing, folks. Bouncing right off this line right now. And what do you know that they would stop it at that line? Look how they brought it over here yesterday and stopped it there and stopped it there and stopped it there and stopped it there. Just look at that. They stopped it there. They stopped it there. They stopped it there. Then they stopped it there, stopped it there, stopped it there. Oh my God, they stopped it from rising there. They stopped it from there. They stopped it again. They've stopped it again, folks, at the same dang line. The same old line. The same line where they stopped it yesterday once, twice, 3 times, 4. Then over here, 5, 6. And now they stop it on that line again. They stop the drop there again. The same number, folks. Is it a surprise? Anyone really surprised? 484, folks. There should be no one surprised by these numbers at all. This is the same old line, folks, that they've been towing it down to for frickin' days now. They've been abusing retailers on this line. Oh, I'm still here buying. I look back at the charts. I see what they're doing. I see where they've been. They've been down this road. They've hoed this over and over and over, this road. This has been hoed and hoed and hoed out. And they're hoeing it out right now, no doubt. Now we're up to 485. Hasta luego, 484s. Hasta luego. Now we're up to 486. Well, I want to thank you for giving me those shares and letting me drop my dollar cost average down to $4.92 a share. That was very special and very much appreciated. And the stock I'm on is AGEN. AGEN. And I just loaded the boat at 484. And now I see apparently they must have run out of all the 484s at the number 6,673. They ran out there, folks, at 6,673. And the next number, 485, they ran out at 9,088. 9,088 at 485. And then they're running out now here at 486 at a number of 18,000, almost twice as many as they had at the price below. 18,000. And notice at 487, they've only had 2,300. At 486, they can muster up 18,000, but at 487, they only had 2,000. 2,330. Interesting, huh? If you look right over here, somehow or another, they can scrape up here at 486, 18,000. 3 pennies below, they can only scrape up 2,800. Only 2,800. And gosh dang it, I can't even get a 484 anymore. I'm getting 485s here, buying at market. 20 shares at a time, 485. AGEN, you think they're going to just hold it here all day long at this 484 price? Just hold it here all day, huh? At the same price, 484. They're just going to hold it there all day long. And it can't move a penny from there. Just can't move. At 483, ladies and gentlemen, they had 3,000 shares. Oh, my. 477 I just got. Thank you. Wow, that's phenomenal. And this is going to be the drop and pop, ladies and gentlemen. The drop and pop. That's my call. Drop and pop right here. And I bought all the 470s I could just then, 40 shares at a time, 20 shares at a time. And again, I want to thank you, market makers. 480 now. They're up to 480 again. That was the drop, and here comes the pop, ladies and gentlemen. 476 was the low. 477, Jesus Christ's number they're trying for. And I got to hand it to them. And all I can get now is 480s. I did get a couple 477s there, but now all I can get is 480s. I'll try for 478 again, but hey, man, they're dumping the 480s now. They're dumping 480s. Now they're trying to dump 477s. AGEN. Who wants this at 477? I do. AGEN. I'm going to show it to you on the chart. There it is. By the way, yesterday they tried a big lunchtime veggie drop down to 466 a share. They tried a lunchtime veggie drop to 466 and it went right back up to 499 after that. Just so you're aware, the kind of manipulators that are working this stock, everybody. This is what they were able to do. They were able to drop it from 11:40 yesterday morning to mid lunchtime, 12:30, where they got 466 Savannah, and then they ran it right back up to 499. And they did that in like a half an hour, 1 hour, half an hour down and a half an hour back up. So that's where we are again. Look at them trying to press it down to here now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the same thing that they did yesterday, that they do it again today. Do it again today. Why not? It worked so good for them yesterday. So be aware. AGEN. 466 yesterday at lunchtime. Man, oh man. And I'm going to put in a line of resistance for you so you can see where the next line of resistance is going to be. It is right here. Right here. Look over here, folks. There is definitely a line of resistance right here, right there. And that is where it is sitting right now on that point. Okay? Now, I want you to know from this line of resistance right there, it dropped to this point right here. So there's a line of resistance here, and that price is 477. 477. Oh my goodness. Well, that's where they are right now. 477. What do you know? Trade 20. Buy 477. Thank you. And I just bought it at 479. So that's even better because they don't even have any freaking 477s anymore. Even though I just bought it there, now I'm filling again at 479. So that's encouraging. And I just filled again at 479. And the stock I'm buying is AGEN. AGEN. TGHL on way back up. Okay, thank you. Charlie Cammy, yes. Crazy stock market, yes. NUAI 4.08. NUAI 408. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me that. I'm going to buy here. Just got it at 411. 411. Man, I missed the 408. Well, that's okay. I appreciate you telling me because I can lower my dollar cost average here on this. And the 411s are good buys. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And now she's jumped to 412. And I was able to just drop my dollar cost average down a little bit right there. It just dropped a penny, and I'm going to do it again here. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. And now I'm filling here on it at 412. 412. Yep. And now we're going to go to 413. Yep. And there's already been so many shares sold at 413. 343,000 folks at 413. And the reason that is because it's 2 cents below my dollar cost average. That's right, folks. That's the reason. Still getting some 412s here. I can't get a 411 anymore. NUAI. NUAI. I just bought it at 410. And now I want to look at AGEN. Ah, nice. And I'm going to keep buying it here, folks, at 476, 477. 475 works for me. I would really like to see him get it down to 472 and 470. That wouldn't be a surprise at all to see 472 or 473 here. But at any rate, I'm going to keep buying it here. I'd really like to get 472, but I don't know. I think it's just going to be the 475 they're trying to get here instead. Yep. Oh, yeah. 475. Well, the thing is, why not 472 here? We know that's a favorite number, 472. And then all of a sudden, I see a 3-share order come in at 478. Then I see a 100-share order, 47688. Huh? What? How's that happening? All right, they're going to go for yesterday's low again, 466, folks. AGEN, they're going to try the same low as yesterday, 466 it looks like. The same low they achieved yesterday at mid-lunch, 466. Here they come. They got it yesterday. They're going to try for it today. And they really want the low to be 1 penny below that, 465, folks. They want it lower. They're going to try to achieve 1 penny low today, 465. And they may even go for 460 or 455 here. So I'm going to put in an order real quick at 455. And I'm going to try to buy 60 shares at 455, 80 shares there. And I'll try to buy 80 at 460. And right here, come on, baby. 467. Are you kidding me? Yesterday was 466. Come on, shorty. Come on, shorty. You can do it. 466. Dang. I'm buying at market here now. They're not going to get 466, believe it or not. It doesn't look like it. Now, yesterday they got 466 during lunchtime. Now they're trying it at 10:30 in the morning, a perfect rundown time. And I'm buying right here. I just bought at 468, now 469. Oh, now we're back up to 471, folks. They did not get the 466 of yesterday's low. They did not get it, folks. They did not get it. And now it should go back up to 499 like it did yesterday. It should do what it did yesterday and go back up to 499. Nice. It should do exactly like it did yesterday and go now back up to 499. I cannot believe that they did not get a 466 right then. Man, they sure were trying for the same low as yesterday, weren't they? Gosh, dang it. And now it's over. Hasta luego, baby. Say goodbye to the 460s. Say goodbye to the 460s. Last call for 469 at 10:36 a.m. Instead, I got to settle for a 470 share buy. And I'll go in there again, 470. And the stock I'm buying is AGEN, and I'm going to show you why right here by showing you the chart 5-day. And yesterday, right here was the low, 466. And today, they just tried this low again, 466, but could only get 467 right there. So that's why I just bought those shares. And now the bid is 470, and the ask is 473. So I'll come in again at 470 and 471. And what a pitiful sight to see them fall short of the 466 that they got yesterday. And I know how hard they wanted to make it fall below that 466 just then. But unfortunately, there's just too much support. And they could not equal yesterday's low or get it 1 penny lower. Just so you're aware of this, the stock I'm talking about is AGEN. And I'm going to go over here to AGEN history, and I'm going to put it in for you so you can see it. AGEN. Enter. And here it is. Yesterday's low, 466. Yesterday's low, 466. Today's low, 467. Oh, shorty, what happened? You missed it. You missed it. Oh, my gosh. You blew it right there. You were supposed to get that same low as yesterday or a penny lower. Gosh, dang it, shorty. What happened? You let me down. You let me down. Well, best intentions, best intentions. And now all I can do is buy a frickin' 472 here. Can't even leech me out of 471 anymore. Golly. Got to buy it at 472, folks. Stinkers. Yep. AGEN. Same market manipulators tried to get the same number, 466. And then yesterday, by the way, when you look at that chart, take notice, after they took it down to 466, they ran it up to frickin' $5 again. All the way up to $5 at the close. It was actually at $5.03 at the close after they got to 666 yesterday. And you might want to look at how they eased it down yesterday with a little sideways action, and then they dropped it down to 466. Well, today they said, shit with that. Let's just assault this thing with a massive sell-off and get to 466 again, which they just tried. They just tried a massive sell-off to get to the same number. God bless them. And now all I can buy here, it looks like, is a 473. Yep, and I got to go market now. Where am I filling now? And the bid is 472, and the ask is 475. And I just got a 474. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I guess they're all out of 472s. I guess they're all out of 473s. I guess they're all out of 474s as well. And it doesn't surprise me. This thing is probably going to go back up to $5 a share, just like it did yesterday. Because if they did it yesterday, they'll do it again. You bet they will. They love it. They love it. Yep. Hey, y'all. Hey, Gary Edwards. Welcome to the tank. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Gary, what's up, my man? Hey, Gary, come on in here, buy some of this AGEN. AGEN. They just ran it down to a low of 467, but I was showing everybody the thing that sucks for them is yesterday's low was 466. And then the close was 501. So they ran it down yesterday to 466, closed it at 501. And then today they missed 466 by a penny. They only got 467 for the low today. All they could get was 467 today for the low. And man, you know they wanted it that same low as yesterday or a penny below that. They wanted 465. They wanted 465. You know they did. But they missed it. They missed it. 467 is all they could acquire today. And remember, yesterday they took it from 466, and I'm going to show you this on the chart. Yesterday, after they took it down to 466, and they did that at mid-lunchtime, 466 yesterday, at mid-lunch. After mid-lunch, it went to 501. So here now they try 466 again and miss it by a penny. It's probably going to go back up to $5 again. Most likely. And I could be wrong, but why wouldn't they do it 2 days in a row? It worked so good for them yesterday. Why wouldn't they try it 2 days in a row? And right now, why wouldn't they accumulate at 473? They love that number. Where I'm buying right now, 473. 472. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. You fill your plate. Oh, yeah. Accumulate it, baby. That's what they're doing. 472. They love that number, folks. They love it. Buyers love it. And now they're buying the 473, folks. Look over here. Watch what's happening here with this thing. Buying the 473s now, coming in for 473s. Where's the dumpers? 473. Oh, dumping one share at 472, folks. One share at 472. That's power move there. Powerful. And then it jumps up to 473.55. Then they start dumping the hundreds at 473. It won't matter, man. Uh-oh. 1,000 shares at 473.87. Oh my gosh. 473.89. 1,000 more. 474 now, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. And the stock I'm talking about is AGEN. AGEN. And look at that. The dumper's dumping out one share at 473. One share, 473. Oh, boom. There she goes. There she goes, 477. Hasta luego, baby. This bid order up here to 475 now. $20 shares at 476. I'm going in. All the buyers buying 477 now. I guess they're listening to this channel and they heard me say, man, this thing's probably going to go back up to. Oh, God, yeah. To those that weren't here last winter, we will be shattered the 1956 snowfall record for Muskoka with 28 feet. Muskoka, 28 feet. Oh my gosh. And then they topped it off with the worst ice storm on living memory, plus the fog bonus in December. Wow. Hey, look at this, folks. 479 now on this stock. 479. Why? Well, because they're going to run it all the way up to $5. That's why. Just like yesterday, they're going to run this thing now up to $5 a share. AGEN. God bless them. Trying to come up with a few more shares at 478 and 479, where they've gotten 121,000 at 479, folks. I wonder why. Who's wanting to keep this price at 476, 77, 78, and 79? Somebody wants it. They ain't going to hold it down here. They're not going to keep it down all day. Nope. Ain't going to happen. The stock I'm trading here, ladies and gentlemen, is AGEN. And this is what it looks like on the chart. AGEN. As I pointed out to people yesterday, they ran this stock down, AGEN, to the bottom, 466 a share, and then they ran it up to $5 at the close. And so today, they just ran it down to 467. They tried 466, and they could only get 467. So I'm thinking, all right, well, then it's going to go up now, back up to $5 again by the close, most likely. Not guaranteed that it's going to, but they did a nice job on it yesterday. They made a nice little run down on it yesterday and then ran it back up. So why not run it down again today and then take it back up? Why not? Make a lot of money that way off of retailers on this stock. Yeah. I just bought it at 474 again. I'm ready to get any pullback on this stock right now. Any pullback they drop on it, I'm going to buy it. Because as I said yesterday, lunchtime low was 466. Today's low, 467. Not to mention, these two numbers here, 472 and 73, are on my buyback sheet. I know to buy these numbers, 472 and 73. These shares will be sold at 489, 493, 99, $5, 501. All these shares I'm buying here now, 472, 473. I'll sell them all at 499 through 508. Oh, a little later in the day. Yep, a little later in the day, probably right around the close. There's one more buy, got thrown out at 473 for me, so thank you, market makers, for that. I see down here at 473, strangely enough, you've only had 11,000 shares, so $40,000 worth of funds here. 40,000's all. $40,000 worth of funds is all they've had here. It's not a lot of money, folks. And at 472, even less. $7,000. $32,000 right here at 472, folks, where they're sitting now. And meanwhile, up here, 121,000, so $500,000 spent at 479. 500,000. Down here, 32,000. I just show you that so you can see the relevance of it. And I tell you what, the last time they ran it down to 466, man, it stopped dead there. I mean, there was no going any lower at 467, today. It wasn't going to go any lower than 467. And now this will be a 5-cent increase on the low right now at 472. A 5-cent increase on the low, on the day's low. That's what we're looking at right now. 5-cent higher low right now than the previous low of about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. And so knowing that, I'm going to buy here. Seeing this higher low than before. This is just a nice little double ta-ta effort. And quite lopsided, by the way, because we saw 467 and now 571. Oh, yeah. And now she's back up to 472. There she goes. Lots of buyers. And by the way, no one's afraid to buy this at 472. You can see that. There's no fear at all. Yep. LIMN. Birthing pains. Give me all your loving, all your hugs and kisses too. Give me all your loving, buy this thing for 72. Oh yeah, buy it at 472 where they're dumping there. Dumpers are dumping now. 467 was earlier. We're 5 cents over the previous low. We're 5 cents over the previous low. That's right. Right. Here's the gig, folks. I want you to be aware of it so you understand. This low that was just achieved, the one they just got now, is 5 cents higher. That's good, folks. This low here, 467. The new low, 471, 4 cents higher. And now they're building a candlestick right here at 473. Okay? Right there, 473. Oh my, and it's rising, folks. Looking good, looking good. AGEN, AGEN. Trade AGEN. I'm coming in 474. AGEN, and I'm going to buy 475. And I just filled at 474. Twice I got 474 there. Well, I like that. I like it a lot. AGEN. Here it is on the chart, folks. AGEN. And I'm looking at that candlestick right there, folks. And I'm watching this wick get longer. I'm watching the bottom rise up here. AGEN. There it is, rising right now. Watch it right there. There's where it is now, right there. There's where it is right now. Watch the bottom click up. AGEN. Watch the bottom of the candlestick go up. AGEN. 474.75. 473.75. Bid is 473. The ask is 475. Bid is 473. Ask is 475. AGEN. Bid is 473. Ask is 475. And now I want to move over to my monitor page. IQST is going down. I'm down $11 on that. NUAI, I'm only 49 down on, so it's not dropping heavily. LIMN is slowly rising. I've only got 180 shares. I'm up just a little on that one. And I'm up on BATL. And NUAI, I'm down 43 on. And here is right now AGEN. And they just ran it down to the bottom, then to here, now to here. And that wick is getting longer and longer on the bottom of that candlestick. And I like the buyers coming in here on AGEN now. There are certainly way more buyers than sellers here and here on AGEN. You can see all the heavy selling that they just did to try to run it down to the low of the day. They sold a bunch of shares, and then they got it to the low, and then the buyers started coming in. And the bid just rose to 475, and the ask is 477. So I'm going to raise this buy. And I'm going to try to buy market now. And I just filled at 476. And I just got 476 again. And I'm not the only one buying here, folks. This is AGEN. Look at that. Look at all the buyers coming in. 476, 477 now. Uh-oh, she's 478. 478 now. And ladies and gentlemen, they've already filled this daggum boat up at 478. 121,000 shares there at 479 and 62 at 478. So there's most likely we're going to see a jump right over this, most likely here. Yep, it's not going to be here long, folks. There's 479. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby. A lot of buyers coming in here. No fear. No fear at all. Many buyers buying over 477 now. And here we are, folks. AGEN. What an effort to stuff it and snuff it out like yesterday. See, yesterday, they ran it down in the middle of the day yesterday, and they ran it back up at the end of the day. And today, they ran it down this morning with heavy volume, and now they're going to run that thing back up most likely. And now I got to buy 478s. The last of the dumps at 476, folks, just then. The last dumps at 476 just occurred. Last call for 476. And then look up there, 476.01, folks. One share, 476.01. Good Lord. And somehow they throw out another few 475s. And notice how few shares they're using here now. 25 shares at 473. 24 at 474 and a half. 1,000 at 474 and a half. Now 25 at 475.5. Why are they even wasting their money on that? Why are they even trying? Why are they even trying? Just throwing good money after bad. Look at all the dumpers, 474. Well, I still have orders sitting here waiting for this. I'm waiting on it, man. I know. I hear the sound of a mouse in the house. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, gosh. Last call for 472, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for the dumps at 472. Get all you can while you can, folks. 472 on AGEN. Man, I tell you, they've been persistently trying to drop this thing down, and it's already back up to 475. Where are they coming up with shares to sell now? I wonder. Where are you guys coming up with shares here to sell now at 472 again? Well, they sure got them, folks. They got them. What I'm wondering is, why are they even trying this? This is, again, we're at 3 cents higher than yesterday's low. 3 cents higher than yesterday's low, which was 466. So right now we're actually 5 cents over that. 5 cents. Now we're 6 cents over. So why? Why are they trying here? I don't get it. I don't understand. There's even here where they're able to muster up some shares at 471. That's 5 cents higher than yesterday's low. And they just had it down all the way to 467. There are just too many dang share buyers at 471 to let this go down to yesterday's low again of 466 or 465, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I just don't see it. I just don't see them getting yesterday's low. So that's why I'm buying here again at the third time that they've tried this line today now. This is the triple top for this afternoon and now she's back to 473. And I'm grateful for them trying to get 471 here for some mysterious reason. Again, I don't know why they're even trying. At 1106. Looking at this chart, here we go. AGEN, yesterday's low, right here, lunchtime low. Just so you're aware of this, the same stock, yesterday's low, 466. Accomplished at 12:30 noontime. 12:30 in the afternoon, mid-lunch break, 466, Savannah. Then today, on a very big sell-off, and yesterday, see, they worked it down kind of slow, see, to that 466 at lunchtime. Yesterday, they worked it down kind of slowly to 466 at lunch. But today, they just stabbed it right out of the gate and just said, shit, let's just run it down to 466. Well, they missed it. They only got 467. They were trying. They were trying for 466 again, but they missed it. Today, 467. They didn't get the 466 line. So now why are they even trying here right now? They already shook it out at 466, 467. Somebody's going to get scared and sell out here now? I don't think so. I don't think so. They're going to get scared out at 471? No. If they were going to sell, they would have just sold like they did at 467 earlier. And I just bought NUAI at 409. And looks like all I can get here is 472s on this stock. And now it looks like all I can get is 473s on AGEN. 473s, the least I can buy now. I guess they flat finally ran out of the 472s. Yep, 473 now. There's the price it's selling for now, 473.62. I tell you, nobody's afraid here to buy at 472 at all. It's very apparent. No one's afraid to buy 472. And there's a lot of dumpers still trying to dump out 472s, but not for long. As a matter of fact, they've reached only 25,000 shares at 472. That's not much. 471, 25,000. 472, 25,000. Actually, 471, they only got 19,784. 471 and a half was 25,569. And now 28,000 here at 472. So good for you. Good for you. For the accumulators, they were now able to accumulate. Yes?
It is so bad outside that it's like we're having a bonfire in our backyard.
Oh my gosh, my wife just told me that the smoke is so bad outside, it's like we're having a bonfire in our backyard. Golly. I'm going to go up and look at that, folks.
Even going outside, I could tell the difference in the air quality and my breathing. I don't know if anyone should go outside at all.
I'm going to look outside, guys. You guys just hold on a minute. I want to take a look outside. boy. All right. I'm back. And I was able to grab my water, which is good. All right, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, people? The same way Cat enters his paper trades. Yep. Gary says, I might have to jump in the van, go get that gas mask because head's hurting. Smoke's getting inside in the tox box. Somatic isn't in action yet. Man, I tell you, we got major smoke here. You can hardly see across the lake. It's so smoky. All right, let's run this thing up. Had enough of this bullshit 472s on this stock. Let's go. They're dumping 13 shares at 472, folks. And I'm feeling 1475s. Buying at market, 20 shares. 475, not 14. And right now I'm buying 20 shares at a time of AGEN is the stock I'm buying. I just got it at 474. And I see him still trying to dump out, mysteriously still trying to dump out shares at 473. Hey, Cat, that's our smoke, Cat. Yes, I know. Smoke on the water. I was just telling them that I'm using the price ladder to enter my trades the same way you enter your trades. Okay, I got you. Yep, I'm using it right now. 472's the buy, 473's. The stock here is AGEN. I don't even know why they keep trying to go to 472. Yesterday's low was 466, and they took it back up to $5 plus. So how long they can sustain 5 cents over yesterday's low, I don't know how long they can keep it 5 cents over yesterday's low. But they're sure trying to. Yesterday's low was $4.66, folks, and today's low was $4.67. I'm grateful for them dumping 472s and 3s here, though, because I don't know why they're doing it, but I'm grateful to them for doing it because now I got my dollar cost average down to 483 a share. My dollar cost average is 483. And I don't believe it's going to stay here very much longer. 6 cents over yesterday's low. But I'm happy to see that it is 6 cents over yesterday's low right now. That's encouraging to me. And it seems as though there are a lot of individuals very happy to be able to get it here at 471. There's a lot. As a matter of fact, there has been 20,000 at 471 and 32,000 at 472. So good for them for that. Yesterday's low, again, was $4.66. And that was in the mid-lunch time when they did that. 466 at mid-lunch. And so this price where we are now at 471 is 5. And look at the numbers they're selling here, folks, at 471. Look at that. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. This is the same entity that we saw doing this yesterday. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. We saw that yesterday. The same entity pulling the same stunt. 3 shares at a time at a certain number. Yep, 3 shares at a time. And now they're trying to use 1 share at 472. One share, folks, they're trying to sell at 472. And 11 shares. Boy, howdy. Oh, no. Now they're out of those. Now we're at 473s. And now they're out of those. And they're quickly out of the 474s. We're at 475. Here we go, folks. Let's go, baby. Let's watch it run. AGEN. Boy, howdy. Let's look at the 1-day chart on this right now. 1 day. Ah, yeah. AGEN. Look at that, folks. AGEN. Look at that. AGEN. Hit it once. Hit it twice. Hit it 3 times. Try 4 times. And the 5th time is weak. The 5th time is very weak. This is the first rundown. 467. This is the second rundown. 471. The third rundown. 470. 71 again. 71 again. And now here, 71 and a half, 72, 73. Shorty having a hard time getting to 473 here now. Yep. Why? Because buyers are coming in at 473 and a half. That's why they're having a hard time getting to 473. And I just bought it at market share 474. Let me tell you something else about this stock, ladies and gentlemen. You see this number up here? 2,800 shares. 2,800 shares at 488, folks. That's their spiff order is 2,800 at 488. They're already certain that it's going to go to at least 488. And that is a spoof sell number 2,800. When this thing gets up here to 484, 485, watch the 2,800 shares move up. All right? You watch, folks. That's a spoof bid, 2,800 shares at 488. They already know it's going there, folks. And now look at the dumpers trying to dump 474 fives. Look at that. They just dumped a bunch of 474s. Now they're trying to dump 474 fives. I wonder why. Huh. I wonder why. I'll tell you something else, folks. On this stock, AGEN, look over here. Look at all the buyers coming in. 400 here, 1,000 here, 400, 100, 1,000, 500, 1,000, 1,000. And over here, you've only got 1,300, and the next shares are at 480. And I just filled it a market share buy at 475. And people, they're not afraid to buy it at 475. I'm not the only one buying 475 here. And look at the dumpers trying to figure out how to stop it here with 1,000 at 474. And then 47413, 47414, 47419. Now 475. And I'll come in at 475. And I just got 475. And look at the dumpers trying to dump 474.08. Oh my gosh, 474.55. Look out, folks. AGEN 475 again. Soon to run out of those as well. Soon to run out of them, just like they ran out of the 472s 20 minutes ago. And the 473s 10 minutes ago. And the 474s 5 minutes ago. How high will it fly? The stock I'm on is AGEN. AGEN. And I'm going to show you the chart for it right now. There it is. AGEN. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this method of herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. Waiting for the 5 and 50 day to come down here and touch it. Right on the 50 day. And look where the 200 is, way up here, folks. Listen, yesterday they tried this same bullshit. Look over here, herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking down to 466. And then they ran the thing right back up to what price? $5. Okay? And yesterday, again, herking and jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking. And then all the way back up to $5. It actually went up to a high of 505. 505. And now today, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, and breaking over the 50 right now. And she's going to go, folks. There it is. And look at the buyers coming in down here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all the buyers over sellers, buyers over sellers, buyers over sellers. Way more buyers, way more buyers, way more buyers. And look at them finally throw out a red trying to stop it right there. One try to stop it. One desperate drop, one last time to that line. Last call for 472, ladies and gentlemen, at 11:28. Man, you can see no one's afraid of this stock, and they're buying it up, and it's just the market makers trying to keep chopping at it, keep chopping it, keep chopping it, keep chopping it back. Man, this is an aggressive grower, though, it looks to me like. They can try all they want to keep chopping this thing, but it looks like it's got plenty of life in it. It looks like they just can't eradicate it, no matter how many times they've tried to bring it down to 472. But that has proven to be a very stubborn line of resistance, 472. Now I'm looking at SOBR. I'm down 19 on it. I only got 20 shares of that. I sold all of it yesterday afternoon. VMAR, I'm down 161 on. NUAI, I'm down $62 on that. My dollar cost average is 414, and it's at 409.5. AGEN is the only one really holding me down. But I want to look at VMAR on the chart. There it is. Boy, they just hammered it down to 95 cents. And now it's crossing over, ladies and gentlemen. VMAR, they just ran it down to 95 cents. My dollar cost average on this trade, VMAR. My DCA is 133, so I'm going to buy some of this here. Yep, I just bought it at 108, Savannah. $108 again. Now I got it at 107. VMAR, got it at 106. Nice. VMAR, I'm down $156 on this today. And there's the chart right there, VMAR. Trying to break over that 5-day of resistance right there. And look, the 50 days up here and the 200's way up here, folks. So those heavyweight averages will pull this lightweight up, usually. Usually they will. Now let's go back to AGEN. It's like the same record skipping over and over. 471, 472. And by the way, at this number, they've now acquired 85,000 at 472 and 73,000 at 473. Up here at 475, 116,000. At 478, 69,000. At 479, 122,000 at 479. The most shares bought today at 479. 122,000 at 479. And there was a lot of shares also bought up here in the 508 range. There was a lot bought here at 512, 511, 510, 59, 508. There was a lot bought there. It's probably going to go back there by the end of the day after this last of the manipulation ends. And what a coincidence. The bid is 471 and the ask is 473. So they can just sit here and hoard their plate at 472 a share. One of their favorite numbers to hoard numbers. And that is the second most shares, or the third most shares bought today is at this number, 472 right now. And I'm buying at market on it, 472. Where the third most shares have been bought today at 472. And they're not going to make any money holding it at 472 forever, all day long, until the end of time, until 4 o'clock. They won't make any money doing that, folks. They're going to make their money when they run it up. And there we go. I just filled 473. And now we're trying 474. Hasta la Wega, baby. And look at all the buyers buying 473s and 4s now. And again, there's just no fear here at all. There's no fear, it appears to be, at all. There just appears to be absolutely no fear at all to buy this number, 474. And there hasn't been all day. In fact, at 475, there's the most shares of any shares, 475. When are we going to be able to sing the Ding Dong, the Shorts Went Long song? Sure are a lot of people buying 474s, aren't there? But those cell phone dumpers, boy, they are persistent. 472s there now, 473s, 472 and a half. Oh, my. The desperation in these shorts. And my dollar cost average on this stock, AGN, is right here at 482, ladies and gentlemen. 482 is my DCA. And as I've mentioned to everybody that's here with me right now, if you look at this chart yesterday, oh my, there she goes, folks. VMAR. VMAR. Oh, yeah, good. Those were good buys there at 106, 107, 108. And they bought a lot of shares here, folks, at 111, 233,000. And I just bought 112. And they have already hoarded a bunch of shares here, folks, have been sold. And I mean 180,000 were sold on the bid. Right here, 200,000 were sold on the bid. Right here, 230,000 were sold on the bid. Here, 210,000 were sold on the bid. Down here now at 111, 230,000 were sold on the bid. So they've been dumping all morning. They've been dumping shares on the bid, dumping them out on the bid all morning long. Every one of these have been sold on the bid. Very few bought on the ask until 110 a share. And at 110 a share, you can see right there, the dark area goes from here to right there. And then from there, bought on the ask at 110. Now this much bought on the ask at 111. Right there, that much bought at 111 on the ask. And now they're buying on the ask right here. And they're buying on the ask here now. And so I'm going to buy on the ask. And I just bought 112. And the stock here is VMAR. And I'm going to keep buying here, folks. And on this stock, my dollar cost average is $1.28. So being able to buy these prices here at 111 is good, 112. And I just got through buying 10 minutes ago. I bought this stock at 106 a share. 10 minutes ago, it was at 106. AGEN, as they try, we're approaching lunchtime. Yesterday's low was mid-lunchtime at 12:30. They hit 466 a share yesterday. $47014, huh? 47014. And then the next one I see up here is 47015. 47015 with one share. Oh my. Now we're at 470. I don't even know why. I don't know why they keep trying this. This is now the fourth time today. The fourth time today they've tried to hit 470 or below. And the problem is that is 4 cents over, 5 cents over yesterday's low. that's trouble. That's troublesome, Shorty. On this stock right here, AGEN. Yesterday's low was 466. Just so you know why I'm buying here. There it is right there. AGEN. VMAR. I'm sorry. That's VMAR. VMAR. But now I want to look at AGEN. There it is. AGEN. And please note that yesterday, in the middle of the day, they ran this down to 466. And then it went up to 505 after they ran it down in the middle of the day to 466. And they ran it back up to 505. And they did that in a half an hour yesterday. So now here they are again. And they just missed getting 466. They got 467 there. But here you can see yesterday it dropped to 466. And then it went all the way up to 505. So now here they are hankering around once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. 6 times trying to get it. Trying to get it to go to yesterday's low of $4.66. And here I am buying at 470 right now. And I just bought it at 471. And I'm going to buy it again at 471. And I'm not buying alone at 471. There's no doubt about it. No question. There's plenty of other support at 471 here. There's a lot of other believers, I should say, at 471. And I think that might be the end of the 471s, folks. And it might be time for the ding dong song. Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that thing is out of here. AGEN. Oh, yeah. Filling now at 474. Here we go, baby. I'm ready to sing it for you now. Ding dong, the shorts went long, found out we're all way too strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long just now. Oh, yeah. Ding dong, the shorts went long, time to sing the ding dong song. Ding dong, the shorts went long right now. This stock, it rocks, and now they shock, and they sure hit the block, and now she's gonna fly. This new catfish tie says, ding dong, the shorts went long, found out we're all way too strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Yeah. Ding dong, the shorts went long. No more 470s, no more 471s, 72s, 73s, 74s. You want it, buy 475 or you don't get the dang thing. Oh my gosh. Ding dong, baby. Oh yeah. Ding dong, the shorts went long. Where are all the 470s, 471s, 472s? Where did they all go? Now they're filling 474s. The most shares they could buy today, they already bought up here at 480 a share. 122,000 at 480. 479. And now they've got at 475, the second most, 118,000 at 475. What do you know? And look at him now trying to dump 473s. They didn't like me singing the ding dong song on them, people. One last time for 472 or 1. Here we go. Come on, Shorty, show us what you got. Yesterday it was 1230 when you ran it down to 466. 12:30 noontime, 466 yesterday. Why are they having so much trouble here? Why are they meeting with such resistance at 472.73 now? And now we're at 475, folks, where the second most number of shares were bought. And there's the KY flag coming in at 474 and a half. Look at him try to dump in a 474 and a half here and pick up 16,000 shares at 474 and a half. What a joke. Throwing the tweeners in now, folks. Throwing the tweeners in. $474 and a half. And look how many shares they got to sell you now at 472. Five shares. 5 shares at a time at 472. Oh my. I think this thing's run dry, folks. I think the milk's gone dry. Last call for 473, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, over here, look at this. They've now acquired at the low of the day, 467, 8,503. At 468, 13,222. At 469, only 7,300 shares. At 470, 60,000. At 471, 72,000. At 472, 97,000. 25,000 more shares at 972. At 473, 100,000 shares at 473. The second most collected number on this whole thing down here. Because at 480, 479, 122,000. So they just reached the quota of 100,000 at 473. And the stock I'm talking about here is AGEN. And now look at all the buyers buying 475s here, folks. I don't think they're going to hit 465 for the low today at lunchtime, a penny below yesterday's lunchtime low. I don't think so. I don't think they got it in them. I think they already hit the low of the day. Plenty of buyers buying. Oh, there she goes. Now we're at 475, 476. And ladies and gentlemen, 475 has reached 130,000 shares. And I just filled at 476. And now we're looking at 477s, ladies and gentlemen. 477s. 477s coming in. Oh, my goodness gracious. Huh. All right. Oh, my gosh. Look at that. 477s, 76s. And they have not had any shares here at this number, 476 today earlier. 59,000 and 477, 46,000 is all. Well, there's no question about it, folks. The trend is up. And there's plenty of buyers buying here, folks, at 475, 476s as well. They're not afraid. They're not afraid to buy 475s and 76s. They're certainly not afraid here to buy here. And it might be because they're watching this channel and they might see what I showed everybody. Yesterday's low in the middle of the day. Yesterday's low in the middle of the day after they ran it at an open, and if the stock opened at $5.26 a share, and they ran it down from 526 to 466, folks, yesterday in the middle of the day. And from 466 in 1 hour's time, it went back up to 505. That's what they did to this stock yesterday. Man, just a big old freaking wide ass veggie right there that you would have had to tie a tuba for across your ankles to keep from falling in. 466 yesterday's low. And today's low, 467. 467, today's low. And now the herk and jerk and 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 herk and jerk. Man, you just herk and jerk too long and it just jerks off the page, baby. And that's what she's about to do right now. Oh, yeah. Ho, ho. It's the money shot, people, coming at you. The money shot coming at you. And I mean, look at here. Look right here, folks. You can see this resistance here several times over right there at this line. They're trying to hold it here, heavy duty. And look at it. 1 time stop there, 2 time stop there. And now we're breaking over that line. And look at that. The 10 days coming over the 50-day right now. Oh, yeah. They herked and jerked on it too dang long. There's one more line of resistance, and it's right here. Oh, she just broke that line. Oh, yeah. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, yeah, baby. There she goes. Oh, there she blows. And then wait till you see what happens if it crosses this line, folks. If it crosses this line right here. Oh, my gosh. If it crosses that line, the blue 5-day. Whoa, my, look. Oh, AGEN. Oh, my gosh. All right, everybody. Yes. Woo! Are we going to take it to 5 again today? Or are they going to go over 5 today? Oh, my gosh. Look at all that, everybody. AGEN. Yes. AGEN. Holy smokes. All completely oversold here. Completely oversold. Completely oversold right there. I told you. Look at that thing blow up, man. Completely oversold. All that oversold. Golly. Nice. Nice. And now look where they're sitting, folks. 1 cent under my DCA. And look up here. Look at the fake shares they've got. 2,800 shares at 488. The fake, this is what they call a spoof sale at 488. 2,800 shares. Watch these shares move up. When this rises up here and gets to 480, 485, this spoof sale is going to raise. And so they think the price is going to 488 right now. The market makers think it's going to 488 right now. All right. Nice. My goodness. And now all they can muster is a 477. Oh, my gosh. What happened, Shorty? Did you finally run out of the bullshit at 472, 473, 471? Finally ran out of that bullshit, huh? I have a feeling you're going to pretty soon run right out of the 476s and 77s as well. I'm going to buy every dang one of them I can here until you're out of them, just like you ran out of the 472s. I want it here, 477 now. And I've seen how few shares they've had here. They have never printed 476 or 477. 476, they've only got 60,000 shares. At 477, 48,000 is all. 48,000 is all they got at 477, folks. And the stock I'm talking about is AGEN. Here's the chart. AGEN. Look at all the selling trying to sell against it right there. 3 candlesticks in a row tried to sell it back down. And now I'm buying 477s. And apparently no one's afraid of buying this stock here, it looks like, at 476.5. No one's afraid here. They weren't afraid to buy it at 472, and I know why. They weren't afraid to buy it at 473, and now I know why. And they weren't afraid to buy 474 and 475, and now I know why they're not afraid to buy 476. And now they're buying plenty of 476, so good for them. 476.01, I might add, 476.01. So this has been an adventure today with AGEN. And of course, no one is afraid to buy. The bid is 476. The ask is 477. And we are at lunchtime, folks. We're coming into lunchtime now. And yesterday's low at lunchtime was $4.66. They did that at 12:30, 466. You know, I just don't think they have it in them today to do that again. I don't think they do. And, man, I'm barely down on this now. Oh, yeah, I'm barely down on this. We're going to see this thing keep climbing, folks. And look over here. They just threw in a KY flag at 476.5, where they've now acquired 4,254 shares at 476.5. And I just bought 477 and 476. And there's another 476. I look at the dumpers now, and I look what they're trying to dump. 476 they're dumping, and 475.5. The last effort was 10 shares at 475. 10. Man, that's not mega selling, folks. And then the buyer comes in for 200 at 476. Now the buyers are coming in 477, 10 shares, 477. And the bid is 475 and the ask is 477. The bid is 475, the ask is 477. And right now, let's see what else I'm down on a little. NUAI. They've got it down to 405 now. NUAI charts. NUAI. Boy, I tell you what, they sure did come after NUAI, huh? 405, 404. The price of this stock was at 457 this morning. 457. NUAI. When I'm going to try to buy it at the low of the day, 404. I already see at 404 they've only had 8,600 shares. 8,600 shares, folks, at 404. 8,600 shares at 404. And then at 405, 82,000. Yeah, that's a lot of wanting to buy at 82,000, folks. There. And I'm feeling at 406 on it now, trying to buy 405. And at 404, folks, only 8,600 shares at 404. And here we go. It's the lunchtime low, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of dumping, 404 and a half. 404 and a half. And I just filled at 405. A lot of dumpers trying to dump 403 here. I just filled 404 twice. And I just bought AGE in at 475. Nice little one last call for 475 on AGEN. And the lunchtime low yesterday on this stock was 466, folks. 466 was the lunchtime low on this yesterday. And look at that. Look at all the buyers buying now 10 cents higher than yesterday's lunchtime low. AGEN. 475 again. Interesting how at the 475, they've had here at 475, folks, they've had 177,000 shares accumulated at 475. 177,000. That's right, folks. By far the most they could buy. And look at here. Over here, from here to here, that dark area right there, from there to there was sold on the bid. From here to here was bought on the ask. So right now you've got a lot more buyers wanting to buy the ask than to sell the bid at 475. It's just as simple as that, folks. The dark area is what was sold on the bid, and the light area was bought on the ask. So people have been buying here all morning long on the ask at 475. And they've been trying to keep dumping shares out at that same price, 475. So you see the dark area from right there to right there, sold on the bid. The light area here to there, bought on the ask. So everybody's buying here on the ask, people, is what I'm trying to get at. As they try to dump 474s, it doesn't freaking matter, shorty. It doesn't matter. Everybody's buying on the ask here at 474. You can see the same thing at 474. At 474, if you look at that number, look at all the shares, the few shares sold to the bid there. Look how many have been bought on the ask at 474. It's insane, folks. There's a lot more buyers buying on the ask here than selling it here. Way more. And at every single number down here, there's been more buyers on the ask than there has been wanting to sell. Look down here, from here, right here, all the way to there. Bought on the ask. Bought on the ask. That's why it's so hard for them to hold it down, because every time they try to run it down to 472, everybody's just buying on the ask. Look down here how many were sold on the bid and bought on the ask. Look how many were sold on the bid, bought on the ask. See that? Every time they've dropped it down here, there have been more people buying on the ask than there could sell on the bid. It's a standard. It's just the way it is, folks. And even here now, there's more buying on the ask than are willing to sell the bid at 475. And I finally got an order to fill there again. So don't be fooled, folks, because right here, although they've been dumping shares and 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 dumping shares, there's more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers right there. That's where they're just starting to buy right now, 475. All this was dumped out on 475 from here to here very heavily, and then from here to here as well. Right here to there, all bought on the ask. And you can see over here, see, they're all green. 475, they're buying the ask. They're all green and they're buying on the ask. And now 476. And here at 476, there have been all day more buyers on the ask than sellers. The stock I'm talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is AGEN. And there's NUAI, where I just bought NUAI on the bottom. I just bought NUAI on the very bottom there. NUAI. Yeah, I bought it at 403, 404. Now we're going 405s, 406s. NUAI. And there's a lot more people that have bought over this price. I mean, a ton of them bought over that price. Man, there have been so many people buying this shares up here. So many more than have bought down here. And by the way, this is the same condition. Down here, you can see, look how few shares were bought, sold on the bid. Look at all of them bought on the ask. See how few were sold on the bid? Look at all these bought on the ask. Right here, most of these were sold on the bid, but now they're starting to buy on the ask at 405. NUAI. There's the chart on NUAI right there. I wonder why they decided to bring it down to this number. What does this have to do relative to any number from the past? Let's go find out what that number meant. And let's go across here and see where that number was familiar. NUAI. Ah, there it is. There's the relative number right over here. Oh, yeah. Right there. Boom. And you can see 4 days ago, they dropped the 5-day to that line and rose it. And then they dropped it to that line again and rose it. Then they dropped below it there, dropped below it there. But ladies and gentlemen, there's the same line again now as a low. Okay? So now you know why I just bought there on that line. And it was really the 5 day stopped right there, right there. So there they are, and that's why I bought it right there. Because 5 days ago, the 5 day average stopped on this line, and that price was 402, folks. 402. 402 5 days ago. 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. 402 was the low. And by the way, after they reached that, you can see they reached that price right here, which they got to 396. They got to 395 right here. Midday, folks, like 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, and then it went back up. So here we are again, folks. Midday, running it down. Just so you're aware of it. Pretty common, too, see? Take a look at this. Yesterday, they ran this stock down midday to there, the 5 day, and look where it ended up by the end of the day. This is the lunchtime low right here. Folks, it's the same distance from the edge right there as this is from the edge right here now. Okay? I'm just showing you. Yesterday, they ran this damn thing way down to right there at this time, the same time. Yesterday, that was at 12:15. And right now, it's 12:12, folks. Yesterday at 12:15, they ran it down to here. Then at the end of the day, they ran it to here. And that price that they ran it down to, all the way down to right there at 12:15 yesterday, was 418. Yesterday, 418. And then they ran it up to 450. 32-cent rise off the midday rundown yesterday. So 30 cents off this line where I just bought it will be 431. The sell's going to be this afternoon at 430, 431 on this stock. NUAI, 430, 431 sells. So I'm going to buy it right here now. Because it's the same time of day as they ran it down yesterday, the exact same time, 4:15 or 12:15. So right now we're at 12:14, so we're close enough for me. Not to mention seeing it now back at the low of the day, 403. Well, that doesn't surprise me. It's 12:15, folks, and that's what time they ran it down yesterday to the low. So I'm going to sit here and just hoard this up here until I can get it no more at this price. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you. 404. Thank you. I want to thank you very much, all you NUAI manipulators. Thank you for all the shares that you're tossing out here at 403 and 404. At exactly 12:15, folks, in 10 seconds. 9, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. The time is 12:15, folks, the same time as they ran it down yesterday. 12:15 is the exact same time, and there's the low. Exact same time, exact same rundown. I'm filling now at 402 and 403. And it's basically the same price they ran it down to yesterday as well. And I want to thank you all for the buys at 403 here, 402 at 12:15 today. Thank you very much. And look how many shares they're using to get to 402. One at a time, folks. One share at a time, 402. And it's 12:15, folks, and they're using one share at a time to run it down. And there she goes. Adios, amigos. Adios, mi amigos. 404 now. Oh, man. What happened to the 402s at 12:15? My. And now all I can get is 404. Well, this is the exact same time as they ran it down yesterday at the exact same time, 12:15. Oh, yeah, 403 now. Let's go, baby. Let's watch it run. And they have had so few shares here at 402. 400 shares at 402, ladies and gentlemen. 400 at 402. 400 shares at 402, people. At 403 now, they've had 58,000. But at the low of the day, 402, just 400 shares. That's this stock right here I'm talking about, NUAI. At the low of the day, they only had 400 shares right there. 400. And it's at exactly the same time as yesterday's low. Very nice. And I just got another 403 right there. Good Lord, why can't they get this price down under $4? I mean, it's the lunchtime low, for gosh sakes. Why isn't it under $4? Why all this stubbornness at 402 and a half? 402 and a half, folks, they're throwing out. 402 and a half. Exact same time as yesterday's low, lunchtime low. And right now, today, let's see what I'm down on. AGEN. AGEN. I'm going to stop buying NUAI now. AGEN. 473. God bless them for that. You know what? Yesterday at 12:30 in the afternoon, this price was $4.66 a share, folks. That's right. The price was 7 cents less yesterday at this time. 7 cents less per share. And I got news for you. Nobody is going to make any money on AGEN sitting here the rest of the day at this price. No one will make a dime doing that. And that's not how the market works, folks. They're buying all these shares here now because they're going to run it up at the end of the day, folks. They're not just going to sit it here all dang day, folks. They're not going to do that. Nobody will make any money doing that. And now we are on this stock, AGEN. We are 10 minutes away from yesterday's low. And I want to show you guys so you understand this. AGEN. And by the way, also, the reason I just bought NUAI right there is because look over here. It was the bottom right there. It was the bottom there. It was the bottom there. It was the bottom there. Okay, that price, 402. So that's why I just bought there at lunchtime at 402. That's why I bought that. Because I've seen it before. The bottom right there, the bottom right there, the bottom there, the bottom there, and the bottom there today. That's why I bought there just now at 402. Okay, that's NUAI, and now you know why I bought it there. Oh, I got a smoothie. Woo, yeah. Look at this, folks. My wife just gave me a hearty and nutritious smoothie time.
Well, it's blueberries, bananas, pineapple, watermelon, strawberries,
Wow.
mango. It's got everything in it. And yogurt and a vanilla slim fasting day.
Rudiggity says, I Googled it and it says on July 13th, major law firms unsealed a massive securities fraud investigation into NUAI. And that might be why it's way down, but I'm just going by what happened to it yesterday. And I saw that yesterday, this is exactly the time that they ran it down to the lowest they could get it. So that's why I'm buying it here. And you can see right here what it's doing right now. There it is. Low of the day right there. 12 o'clock. And the reason I just bought it at that line was because 5 days ago it was there, and it was there, and it was there, and it was there. And there they go again for the same line. That's why I'm buying it here. And also, if I look down here, man, I just see a sea of red to get it down to that number. I mean, a sea of red. And really, we've seen now pretty much a bloodbath at the close yesterday, and then just a sea of selling all morning long and increasing now. But you better look at this yellow line right here. Look at that yellow line just rising and rising and rising. And look at the buyers coming in here versus sellers right there. Look right there. The buyers coming in versus sellers. 404 and 405. NUAI. And there's no fear. Look at all the buyers buying here at 405, 406. 407. Holy smokes, folks. I just got a 407 order. And there's another 407 order. And my dollar cost average is only $4.10, folks. I'm only down $80 on this now. And there's the chart on NUAI. And look at that thing flatten out right now, the 5-day. NUAI. Oh, and there's the KY flag at 406 and a half, folks. 406 and a half on NUAI. The KY flag is flying. 406 and a half. And by the way, at 407, it's the most shares they've been able to sell all day, 453,000. This is on NUAI, folks. And they've already sold a whole boatload of shares at 453,000. Man, oh man, it's the most sold today, the most bought today, the most hoarded today. 455,000 at 407, folks. NUAI. Well, I take it back. At 413, they bought 503,000. 503,000 were purchased at 413 a share. 503,000 were purchased at 413. And then now we got to raise the buys. Oh boy, look here, folks. We're at 407's getting hurt. Oh, 408. NUAI. Oh, and I'm buying 1 cent under my dollar cost average now, 409. Oh my gosh, look at the buyers coming in at 409 now. It's just like yesterday at lunchtime. Oh, yeah. 409. Woo, yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, I got news for you. All of this, everything up here is completely oversold. All oversold. Look at all that was sold on the bid. Look at all that was sold on the bid. Sold on the bid. Sold on the bid to there. 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 Sold on the bid only to here. Now they're buying on the ask. Sold on the bid only to here. Buying on the ask. Yikes. And look at them now, 409s and 410s. Oh, yeah. NUAI. Nice. Oh, yeah. Just crossed the 50-day beam saucer. All right, there's also a poster over there named Catman Ruiz, LOLL. Thought that might be, yep, poster named Watermelon on Hot Copper Resolution Minerals thread has 10 million shares. Very positive post. SKYQ, says Jayhawk. SKYQ. LCID is rising. NUAI, I just went green on. I just went green on NUAI. Well, and they've completely oversold all this already today. Oh, look at all the buyers. Look at that. Oh, 411. 412. 413. Let's go. Oh, yeah. 412 now. And I just went green. I'm up $45 on this. All right. Oh, man. Shorty trying to hold it now on my dollar cost average, 410 a share. Haha. Well, isn't it starting to look a lot like yesterday? Isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, what I tried to show everybody was yesterday. Here's what happened right at lunchtime yesterday. And look where they ran that thing up to after the lunchtime low. And so just now at lunchtime, there's the same low. And now, listen, from right here, folks, the price was at 418 a share, and it went all the way up to 450. 32-cent rise from the low yesterday at lunch. 32 cents up from the low at lunchtime. Man, if this thing goes up 32 cents from this low, well, that would be 433. 433 a share is where we can likely sell this afternoon. If we see a repeat of yesterday's low and then run up 32 cents, we should see 430 today in the picture before closing. If they repeat what they did yesterday, my goodness, what do you know? So I'm going to get rid of this sell order here at 412 and 413. I think it's highly possible that we could see a much higher rise. So I just bought it at 411. And since this is so oversold, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see it do the same thing it did yesterday, at all to see it. AGEN just popped. All right, thank you. Oh, oh yeah. Now I'm up 300 on this. All right. AGEN. Nice. Thank you for the heads up. And you want to sell here, folks. 485, 86, 87, 88. And your buyback is going to be, oh man, look at all the shares that they got down here, folks. And up here, they so oversold all this. They so oversold it all. Everything was sold on the bid up there. Everything was sold on the bid up there. So just take these sell orders off now because we're going to let this thing fly. Folks, I don't want you to put in sell orders at 485, 86, 87, 88. I know those are on my buy-sell sheet, but don't load in a bunch of sell orders there. Okay? We don't want to create a wall there, ladies and gentlemen, so don't load in a bunch of sell orders at 486, 87, 88, 89, and 90. But when it gets up there, we're going to sell it. Lunchtime low, my dollar cost average. How do you like that? Lunchtime low, my DCA. Man, this thing's going to go back up over $5. And with AGEN, I want you to look, and this is NUAI right now. It looks very good. It looks good. Looks like it's ready to climb right here. And man, there's more buyers than sellers by far right there on that during that lunchtime drop. Now we want to look at LIMN. Oh, yeah, LIMN. Oh, man, I should be up nice on that. Because I bought that right here. Monitor, LIMN. Well, I only bought 180 shares of it, but I'm up 762. Nice. IQST is still rising. I'm up on that. Barely up on it, but I'm up on it. VMAR 103 on VMAR. Let's go look at the chart on VMAR. And by the way, folks, LIMN just broke over this line of resistance. The 5-day just broke over that line. It's up 56% today. LIMN. Man, I wish I would have bought more of that this morning. But it broke over that line. Yes, it broke that line of resistance right there. This 5-day should go all the way up to here now. Possibly. Yeah, see that? See this line of resistance right here? Right there. That was a critical point for it to get over right there. And now this is a critical point for it to get over now, right? Here, right there. It's got to get over that line. The 5 days got to come up and go over that line, and then it's going to go through the roof. Right now, the 5 days sitting right there. But if it breaks that line, it's going to go through the roof. I don't know how high it's going to go if it breaks that line. If the 5-day can break this line right here, 17.12, then this could really go even a much higher. It could go as high as 20 cents again. LIMN. But over here, I'm telling you, this 5-day has resistance right there at that line. 1 day ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days ago, that line was resistance for the 5-day moving average. All right? If it goes over that, it's going to go to the moon. And AGEN, I just went green on. AGEN. And look how they ran that thing down below the lunchtime, below the 200-day. Look how they did that just then. AGEN. Just like yesterday at the lunchtime, look how they ran it down at lunchtime and then ran that thing back up. Yesterday's lunch right there. And look at the run up afterwards. And now today's lunch right there. And look at the run up starting afterwards. Well, I tell you what, they're starting to get real good at this. AGEN. And I just bought NUAI at 408. AGEN. Look at the buyers coming in here now over my DCA. 483, 484. Nice. And right now, on AGEN, I'm up $237 since I opened the position. And my dollar cost average is 481. And I like what I see here, folks. And look, oh my gosh, they moved up the 488 spoof sell. The 2800 is now up here at 496. See, that 2800 was here at 488. And I told you when we got up to 484, 485, they would move that 2800 up, and they sure as shit did. There it is. They moved it up to 496. So the shorts believe this price is now going to go to 496 a share. because they did have that number, 2,800. I showed you about an hour and a half ago at 488, didn't I? Oh, yeah, I showed you that. I showed you that, and I told you about it. That there was a spoof sale, that the shorts had a spoof sale at 488, and they moved it up to 496. And watch, as this price now rises, when it gets to 490, 491, they'll move that up. They'll move it up to $5 or 499. You watch them. Watch them move that 2,800 share. They already moved it from 488 right then to 496. Because they think the price is going to go there to 488. And they are right. It is going to go there. And there it goes, folks. And I just sold 487. And it's going to 488, folks. That's where they had the spoof bid before. They knew it. And I just sold AGEN at 488. All right. And 486. And I'm now up on this stock right here, $395 today. Look at the buyers coming in here, folks. 487s now. And my DCA is 478 a share. Oh, yeah. 488's selling now. And I just sold 485. And again, look here. They have the 2,800 shares at 496. So right now, they believe, the shorts believe the price is going to go up to here. They believe the price is going to 496 right now. And they're probably right. Because from right here, when they ran it down from 488 to here, boy, they created a big gap right there, folks. There's a huge gap from here up to here. There's a huge gap from 486 up to $5. There's a massive gap here, folks. Massive gap. You watch. And by the way, you can clearly see on these dark candlesticks, they tried to dump out shares there, but the buyers started coming in buying the ask. And they tried to dump out shares there, but the buyers started buying on the ask. And that's at 484, 485. And at 486, they tried to dump a bunch of shares there, but they started buying on the ask. Up here, everything was sold on the bid at 487, 488, all sold on the bid. They threw those shares out. 489, they threw those out. 490, they threw those out. 491, threw them out. 492, threw them out. 493, threw them out. 494, threw them all out. And at 494, they only had 7,900 shares, folks. At 494. At 495, they threw out 51,000. At 496, they threw out 33,000. 497, they threw out 33,000. 498, they only threw out 16,000. And 499, they only threw out 4,300 shares, folks. I'm just letting you know how they've been working this thing, how they've been manipulating it today. How they've been manipulating it. And look at all the buyers buying here, 485. Look at the dumpers dumping 484. And by the way, I got news for you. The fake shares are still sitting at 496, 2,800 fake shares at 496. And I just bought NUAI at 405 again. Man, they are not giving up on that thing. I just bought it about 30 minutes ago at 402. All right, so I'm coming in here, try to buy 483, 484. Thank you, market makers. And on this stock today, I'm up 518 bucks. AGEN. Man, I wonder why they didn't get today's low at lunchtime, the same as yesterday, 466. Why today could they only get 467 at 11 o'clock this morning? They yesterday it was the lunchtime low, 466 on this stock, AGEN. It was at 12:30 that they got a 466 buy. And there she goes. She's exploding now. I just sold 485. I'm seeing people coming in and buying 487s here now. They're not afraid. They're buying 487s here. Oh, yeah, they're buying 487s right here. 487s. And the stock is AGEN. And I'm going to tell you something. When it gets over 486 here, it's going to go up quickly. 487, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. It's going to run, folks. This is going to run. If it goes over this number, it's going to run. 487 won't hold it back. They haven't ever had any shares here at all. Okay? They haven't had any shares here at all on AGEN, folks. They've hardly had any shares here at all day, and it should run right up past this number very quickly, okay? I mean, there's a gap from here, 487 up to $5. And they know it, folks. They know that. They know that. They know it. They know there's a big gap from 487 up to $5. That's why they're fighting it so hard right here now. They know there's a gap. AGEN. Oh, yeah. You see this gap? The gap goes from here all the way up, folks. The gap goes from here all the way up. There's a huge gap here, and there's been a gap here, and there's a gap here. Man, there's a gap here, folks. It could easily go right back up here to 499. That's why they're going to try so hard to fight this right now, because they know if it gets over 487, this son of a gun is out of here. AGEN. AGEN. as they try so desperately to hold it under this 488, because if it goes over that, it's going to the moon. And by the way, look at the 45 rising off of the 50-day here, crossing this line of resistance like nothing. The 45 rising off of the 50-day. Try all you want to try to dump this down, shorty. It won't work. It won't work. And I'll try to buy 481, 82, 83, 84 here for sure. It isn't going to drop, folks. Not in my book. I don't believe it. I say last call for 485. And right now, today, I'm up $605 on this position. AGEN. And I'm trying to buy at market here. 486 is what I just got. And look over here. Look at the dumps at 487 after I just bought 486. And I just sold AGEN at 487. Nice. And I just sold AGEN at 488. I don't know how those orders were erased a long time ago, but it's selling 488. And ladies and gentlemen, as I said, this should quickly come up over 488 and go all the way up here to $5. There's never been really any shares for sale in this region right here. There's never been. They created a massive gap from $5 down to 488 with a fast drop. They made it fall so fast that there couldn't even get any volume here on these candlesticks. None. So there's a gap here, folks, from 487 all the way up to $5. And you're going to watch it real quickly fill here. Man, oh, shoot. I don't want to buy 200 there. Just 20, thank you. There we go. And now I'm going to come in and try to buy 487 here. Bid is 486. The ask is 488. AGEN is the stock, and I just got a 487 buy. I'm trying to buy 486, 85, 84, 83, 82, 81. I don't think they're going to be seen. Right now, I'm up $695 on this position. The stock is AGEN. John Connor says, I'll be back. AMD 501. Oh, no. Oh, God. Who cares? 501, man. I bought that thing at freaking $88 a share 25 years ago. It was the second stock I ever bought, AMD. Well, it looks like they're having a tough time holding this thing here at 487, folks. But they're definitely trying to hold it there because they know there's a massive gap all the way up to $5 when it breaks 487. So look at all the effort they're doing here. And by the way, at 487, they've only had 10,000 shares, 10,000 to trade at 487. At 486, they had mysteriously 83,000. But 487, only 10,000. I don't know why. You see that? 83,000 there. And look at the darkness. Look at how much they dumped there at 83,000. They dumped from here to there at 83 at the price of 486. They dumped on 83,000. They dumped about 60,000 of that on the bid. But then the buyers started coming in on the ask and said, I guess we're done there. So now there you are. And that's all he had at 487. And here's a bunch of dumping at 488, but look at their buying on the ask. All dumped there at 489, 490, 491, 92, 93, 94. But buying on the ask there. Buying on the ask there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am up $755 on this position, AGEN. And there it is right there, AGEN. AGEN. Man, it's about to have a triple upside crossover, just like it did yesterday after the lunchtime low. Guys, I got to go upstairs. I'll be right back. Something's going on with my wife. Oh boy, she's having a blast up there. She's up there having the time of her life. Wow. It's raining men. She's up there dancing too. Whoa. AGEN. Well, I told you it was going to blow up over all this. She's headed for $5. And I just sold it at 488. And the stock here should just go right on up past all this very quickly. And it should stop first at 495. All right. There you go. And look at it rising, folks. AGEN. Oh, yeah, there she goes, right on up, like I said she would. Just like I said it would over all these numbers. I just sold 489. Yep, and I'm selling here. I'm just putting in market share orders. And now I'm up $728 on this position today. AGEN. And NUAI, I'm down now on $84. I'm only down $84 on it. NUAI. 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 The effort for the lunchtime drop again on NUAI. There was the low right there at 12:15, just like yesterday's low. Look at the low yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. What time was it? 12:39. Yesterday's low was 12:39 p.m. Yesterday's low on NUAI was at 12:39. And they also tried it here at 12:15. Yesterday's low yesterday was at 12:15 and 12:39. All right? And it's already 1 o'clock. So there's the 12:15. And look at that. It's the same exact time, folks. It's the exact same time. 12:15. And then what is this? 12:39? What time was this? What time was that? 12:46. So over here, 12:15. Over here, 12:15 and 12:39. And then here today, 12:15 and 12:46. Those are the lows on NUAI. NUAI. And I'm going to try to buy this now. 20 shares at 404, 405. Come in at 406. Again, try 406. I can't get any 405s, but I am buying the 406s. And by the way, yesterday, when you saw that drop down yesterday, look here at 12:15 and 12:39, the price went from right here, which was 419 a share, up to 457 at the close. 419 to 457. That's a 40-cent spike from the midday low, 40 cents higher by the close. So here from this midday low, 401, we could see 40 cents higher. It could close at 440 a share. And I know I'm just saying because that's what they did to it yesterday. I don't know that they're going to do the same thing, but interesting that yesterday's low was at 415 and 439, and today's was at 415 and 446. All right, I'm just saying. No guarantees here, but man, it sure could pop here. They sure did it to it yesterday, man. Ran that thing down 12:15, 12:39, and then ran it up 40 cents afterwards. Now, I don't know that they're going to do that with this stock again today, but I'm just showing it to you. You can decide what you want. I provide, you decide. And right now I'm looking at SOBR, which just basically hasn't moved all day long. It's just stayed where it is, SOBR. LIMN, I'm still up on, and it's still rising, LIMN. Take a look at the LIMN chart one day. LIMN. Oh, man, now they pulled it down, right down below that 50. Well, every time they've dropped it to the 50-day, it was a buy there, 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 and probably a buy here. Because look at that 200-day just rising under it. And the 50 and 45 just slow, just keep climbing, keep climbing. LIMN. I'm going to buy there. LIMN. Enter. And I'm going to come in. I'm up 829 on this now, and I'm going to buy 100 shares, buy at market. I got it at 1791. I'm going to try to get it at 1780. I just got it at 1777. Let's go again there. 1777, 100 shares. There we go. Nice. Let's try 1760, 1766. One 1766, folks. It should be a no-brainer. There it is. 1763 I just got. Well, and now she's back over 1780. I'll try for a 1772 buy now. 1772. There we go. I just got it at 1771. And I'm going to buy at market now. 100 shares. 1773. Buy at market. 1775. And I'm going to buy at market one more time here. And I got 1768. And I'm not up that much on this stock. I'm only up $5.80, and now they're coming after it. So now they're going to try and take it down to my DCA, I guess. And I'm going to buy it here, 1723. And she's back up over now. And my dollar cost average is 1697. 1697 is my DCA on this stock. All right, let's get back over here. NUAI, boy, have they held that here for a while. NUAI, trade, NUAI. I'm going again. NUAI. And we're going to buy 406. NUAI, 406 here. There it is. And we're going to go again at that number, 406, NUAI. Well, I tell you what, they have really, really, really tried to hold this stock down here all day. Look at all the shares that they've accumulated here now. And at the number 406, well, at 4055, they've got 519,000, and at 407, 548,000. So a lot of buying here, right here. A massive ton of buying here at this number today for some reason. They've really wanted to buy this 406, 407, 408, and 409. And they just sat here and sat here and sat here all day. Pretty much all day long, they've sat here at this price. Now, I tell you guys all the time, no one's going to make a penny doing that. No one's going to make a friggin' dime staying here with it. And sooner or later, they're going to let this thing go. They got to. Or they're not going to make any damn money. All their effort will be for naught. All their effort to hold it here at 406 a share will be for naught if they just kept it here all until the bell rang. They wouldn't make a dime. They won't make a freaking penny, folks. And I already see all this is completely oversold up ahead over here. Everything up above is completely oversold. And now all they're doing is overselling it at 405 and 406. As a matter of fact, the most shares of all oversold have been at these two numbers, the most of all. And then they got a fake spoof bid for 4,900 at 419, folks. They got a spoof bid for 4,900 at 419. Because that's where they think the price is going to. At today's low of 401, they had a whopping 4,000 shares at 401, 13,000 shares at 402, 107,000 at 403, 212,000 at 404, 420,000 at 405, believe it or not. Then 529,000 at 405 and a half, if you can believe that. Oh, yeah, I throw those words out for a reason, folks, if you can believe it. And now at 406, they've only had 248,000, even though just below that, they've got 529,000. And ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware of it, the most shares bought today is 529,000 at 405 and a half. All right? That's the most. Well, now they've got 548,000 at 407. So now 529,000 at 405 and a half and 548,000 at 407. And now they're just trying to fill the slot here in between at 406, where they've only gotten 261,000 at 406. But just below that, 543,000. And just over 406, 548,000. But on 406, only 262,000. Folks, that should tell you all you need to know. That should tell you all you need to know. And look at all the dumping at 405 and a half. Look at that ridiculousness. Look at all the effort to hold 405 and a half, where they've already gotten 545,000 shares. The most they've gotten is at 407, 548,000. Man, I'm sorry, folks, but I just don't see how they can make any money at all here. I don't see how they can make any money holding it at 405 and a half. And I don't believe they will. And I just filled at 406. That sucks, Shorty, doesn't it? And I'm buying at market. 406 again, buying at market. Look at them trying to tell you that you can buy it at 405 and a half now. But if you put in a buy at market, you're going to get 406. That's right, 406, ladies and gentlemen, buy at market. 405.97 as the desperation sets in. Last call for the 403, 402, ladies and gentlemen, right here. It's an hour later than they attacked it yesterday at 12:15. It's now 1:15 where they're trying to attack it again. 1:15. And I'm going to sit here and hoard up shares at 402. Oh, now we're at 403. This is the drop before the pop right now, baby. And I lowered my dollar cost average now to 409. And they have never had any shares down here at 402. They've only had 14,000 at 402. And at 401, they only had 4,288. And now they're coming in with a 40213, folks, trying to buy 40213. What a joke. Last call for 403 on this stock, ladies and gentlemen. And they're trying for 40213, where they bought 17,000 shares at 40213. Nice. This is about the fourth time today they've tried to get it down below $4, as I recall. Every single one of their efforts to get down to $4 has been met with serious resistance. As they try it one more time, 4015s, where they've had 4,000 shares, folks, at 401. A whole 4,000 shares at 401. And now all I can do is buy 402s. I'm trying to buy 401, but there's other 20,000 there as well that want to buy there but can't get it. NUAI, folks. NUAI. Last call for 402. Drop before the pop. And you know what? Why isn't the price $4 or $3.99? Why are they struggling so much with this 402? Why are there so many buyers buying 402? Why can't they just drop the price to $3.99 here? I tell you what, there's a slew of buyers buying 402 here right now, just like they were an hour ago. Got to break that straw, shorty. Got to get it down below $4 before you get any panic selling going on. 4015 ain't going to do jack crap. Neither is 401. It doesn't matter. 401 doesn't matter. 401 doesn't matter. You've got to break it below $4 to make people really panic. You got to go below $4. 401 doesn't matter. It's a moot point. $4015 is not going to work. You got to get it down. You got to get it down. You need it to break $4, shorty. Oh, gosh. They can't even do it, folks. They cannot do it. Back to 402 already. 4015. Why even try? Last call for 4015, ladies and gentlemen. All I can get is 402s. I cannot get a $4 or 4015. All I can get is 402 here. And you bet your butt I'm buying here the low of the day, 401. Although I can't get an order to fill at 401, all I'm getting is 402s over and over. Well, that was it. They gave it a try. They tried for $4 and they failed. They tried it and they failed it. And now ding dong, it's shorts go long. And they run it back up to 425 or higher now. God bless them for trying to get that $4. Now we're 402 again. Uh-oh. Yep, 402 again now. Huh. Doggone it, man. They got buyers buying 402 on them on. Dadgummit. Sorry, shorts. I see them coming all in. 401s. And then they just dumped some 4005, folks, and we're back to 401 already. Where's the $4? Man, there's 61,000 trying to buy $4, folks. 61,000 trying to buy $4. There's a 61,000 buy order trying to buy $4. That's rather daunting, isn't it, Shorty? 61 waiting for you to dump it to $4. And look at all the buyers buying at 401 now. That's a tough nut to crack, ain't it, Shorty? That is a nut that is so tough to crack, that $4 price. All the buyers coming in here at 401 without any fear whatsoever. Oh my gosh, why? Why are so many wanting to buy $4.01? Look, folks, they had a whole 20 shares to throw out at $4 just then. 20 shares at $4, and now another 31 at $4. And back to 402. All right, folks, that's it. Your last call just ended. They made their biggest effort to get to $4 just then. There's just too many buyers on NUAI, too many interested parties at 401 and 402 to get it below $4. It looks that way right now anyway. Boy, howdy, have they really been on this stock all day, though? They've worked it hard. They've lashed it. They've had it tied to the whipping post. They had it down to 401 just a moment again. Now the buyers are coming in at 402 heavily. And the stock is NUAI. NUAI. And there we go. Buyers coming in, 402. Dumpers trying to dump out. And why? Why are you trying to sell 401s? Why are you trying to sell 401s? Can't you see all the buyers buying the 402s? Oh, yeah. I can't believe it that we cannot get below $4 a share on this stock. But I can tell you one thing, I sure seen a shitload of buying up here at 417 down to 405, 404. That is a massive, that is a lot of buying there, folks. That's a bunch of buying. There have been so many shares bought, and look, just over $4. Look at all the buying going on here. No one's afraid to buy $4 on this stock. You can see that clearly. No one is afraid. Nobody's afraid to buy $4. And now at $4, they've sold how many? 36,000. And $4 and a half, only half that much, 15,000. And 401, 63,000. That just goes to show you the amount of demand at 401. 63,000 wanted to buy it there. 63,000 shares were bought at 401. And then at the $4, 36,000, but $4 and a half, only 16,000. Well, I'm sticking with this stock right now, folks. I'm going to stick with it because I believe NUAI has been completely run down. Chart shows it. And there's LIMN starting to springboard now, LIMN. And then now I'm going to show you NUAI chart. There it is. And look at the low that they acquired earlier today. And now $4. Congratulations. $4. You made it. You made it go to $4, shorty. That was sweet. But unfortunately, now it's at 401 and people are buying the shit out of it. Sorry. Yep, 401 now. People are buying the crap out of it at 401. Look at all the buy orders there. I guess they're just not really afraid to buy it there. And I can see why they're not afraid because there's just been so few shares here for sale compared to what were already bought up here from 404 up to 420. 404 up to 420. There's a lot of shares bought there, folks. And now Shorty's got the fake 4,900 shares at 408, people. 408. The fake 4,900 is at 408. Well, that's it for the 400 and a halves and the $4. And I just filled at 402. Just too many dang buyers, folks, at $4.01. Just too many buyers there. At 12:38 and 39 seconds. There's just too many dang buyers here over 401.99, folks. Man, you know they're getting hungry when they want to buy a 401.99. They want to buy 175 shares at 401.99. Uh-oh, there's some 402s now. And my dollar cost average, ladies and gentlemen, on this stock right now is 406 a share. 406 a share is my dollar cost average. And do you know how frustrating it is for these shorters not to see a 399 just then? All that desperate effort of selling, 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 and could not achieve a 399. And I mean, they went through some shares right then too. Just then, they went some serious shares that they just dumped there, and they could not get that 399 no matter how hard they tried. And that now you got all these happy buyers happily buying 401 and a half. Bring it, Shorty. Oh, I just bought it at $4. Good going, Shorty. That's the way to do it. That's the way to show some muscle. $4 for gosh sakes. And there's the $3.99 I asked about. I haven't been able to buy it there, but they're at least trying. Like I said, Shorty, why isn't it $3.99? And there they are, $3.99, folks. Well, they're trying $3.99. They got $3.99 and a half. Very impressive. Very impressive. And now we're back to $4 again. Dadgummit, Shorties. What the hell? $3.99 and a half. Are you kidding me? What the hell is that all about? $3.99 and a half. What a freaking joke. $3.99 and a half, Shorty's trying to get to. Well, God bless you for trying. $3.99 and a half. I can't get a single order to fill at $3.99. I got a 40 share order waiting there at $3.99, and I cannot pull it off. I don't know why. It seems like it would be easy for them to do that, but they've only got, apparently they only had 3 shares at $3.99 to sell. 3 shares, folks, at $3.99. They're letting me buy it at 4, though. I can keep buying 4. There's a $3.99 and a half almost for me, but I got 4. There's some $3.99s. There you go. They did it. They finally did it. They finally got $3.99s. Nice. And there were 64,000 trying to buy $3.99 just then. $64,000 wanting to buy $3.99. NUAI, folks. That's the only one I'm buying here. $3.99s. I've been fighting the shorts all day long on this. Time now, and they go for $3.99 at 1:33 in the afternoon. They got 3 shares for sale there at $3.99. Yep, they got 3 shares for sale at $3.99. And there's one more they just tossed out for $3.99. $3.98.5 they're shooting for now. I just keep buying it, folks. Sooner or later, they're going to let it run. NUAI. Here it is, folks. Low of the day right now. Here it is. Yesterday, I make sure everybody saw this. NUAI, they ran it down once here, then they ran it down again, and then it shot up 40 cents. So they ran it down once here, now they've run it down again, and now will they shoot it up 40 cents again? Is that what their plan is? Is that their plan? Fleece it out and make people paranoid that 3.99 that it's going to fall even more, and then run the damn thing up to freaking 4.40 a share before the close. Look at everybody buying the 3.99.5, 3.98.5. Look at all those hundreds of shares bought there. 3.98.5. Look at all that bought there. Man, there's a whole lot of buying going on right here. Whole lot of wanting of this stock, apparently. A whole lot of wanting of NUAI at 398.5. $28,000 shares, folks, at 398.5. Last call for 398.01, it looks like. 398.01. And now we see 398.01. 2 shares at 398.01. And someone just bought 100 at 398.87. And I'm down $396 on this position right now. But I'm going to keep buying it at 399. I can guarantee you that. And 398.5s. Right along with everybody else who's buying it here and hoarding it up. And I'm down now 421 on this position. 398.99 now. Oh God. They're buying 398.99. And 398.5s are still getting dumped out. 398.5s. Then the buy comes in for 60 shares and has to buy 399. The dumpers come in and dump 3 shares at 398.02. Then the buyers buy 398.5, 100 of them. This is NUAI. Here's the chart, folks. NUAI. I wonder why they decided to take it down to this line right here just then. NUAI. Why did they do that? Why that line? Let's go back and look at the 5-day. Oh, there it is. There's the previous low right over here, 396. There it is, right over here, 396 at the middle of the afternoon, right there, 396. And then here, 396 again in the middle of at 8 o'clock p.m., 396. And here they are again, 396 on the same effing line. And now she's back over $4. There we go. Back over 4. Well, they didn't get 396, folks. They only got 397. 397. So God bless them for trying, though. And now I'm filling at $4. I guess they ran out of the 399s. And there you go, folks. All the 399s are apparently gone. And all you can buy now is 39916 for the low. $3.99. Last call for $3.99. $3.98. Last call for $3.98. $1:41 p.m. By the way, at the lowest price of $3.97 today, they've had 1,700 shares. 1,700. 1,700 folks at $3.97 a share. Just so you're aware of that. The low of the day, $3.97, 1,700 shares. 1,789 shares at $3.97. How do you like that? That's a lot of shares, folks, for the shorties. That's a lot of shares. And, well, I guess they ran out at 1,700 shares at $3.97. 1,789 shares at $3.97. Uh-oh, now we're filling 399s again. I don't know why. Yep, 399 again. I have no idea why they can't get any more 397s. 399 again. There's a whole lot of buying going on here, folks. And they've had so few shares at 397, only 1,789. At 398, they had 63,000. At 399, they had 67,000. So 63,000 at 398, 67,000 at 399. Nice. About to run out of those too, ladies and gentlemen, I think. But oh, what a bunch of buying up here at 420 down to 403, 405. What a bunch of buying there. Whole lot of buying going on. 400,000, 500, 300, 400, 400, 300, 500,000, 300,000, 300, 300, 300, and down here at the low, 1,700 shares. 1,789 at 397. And they've got a whole one share to give you at 398 now. One share at 398 if you want it. One share at 398. One share at 398.67. One share at 398. Two shares at 398.5. NUAI. Who is trying to buy all these shares at $3.98? They've now accumulated 72,000 shares there at $3.98. But at $3.97, they've only had 1,700. Isn't that crazy? They've only had 1,789 shares at $3.97 in UAI. That's all. 1,789 shares at $3.97. I guess it's because there's just too many damn buyers wanting to buy $3.98 there, huh? That's all I can say. There's just too many buyers buying the $3.98. They just can't get $3.97. Look at all the share orders here. 2 shares at a time. 1 share, 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share. 1 share, 2 shares, onesie twosies. Onesie twosies, folks. 39777. 5 shares, 39777. Oh boy, the dumpers are trying to dump the 398 now. That's trouble. They're trying to dump the 398. That's trouble there. That means they're in trouble. And that was a big effort there at 11:47 and 20 seconds, 26 seconds. Look at all the dumping there at 398. That's a problem for them there. That's a problem. And I just got 399. That's a lot of dumping at 398, folks. A lot of dumping, 398. And now the buys are coming in like crazy here. 398, 399, 398.5, 398.66. Oh, look at that. 399, 25,000 shares, folks, at 399 right there. 25,000 at 399. What do they know? What do they know to buy 399, 25,000 shares there? Mouse in the house. Oh my gosh, honey.
Well, I did figure that wasn't really breakfast.
Oh, my wifey poo just bought me down a lunch sandwich. I got 2 snacks this morning.
You did?
Didn't I get a sandwich earlier?
No?
Uh-oh, there we go, folks. Look at all the buys at $3.99 here, $3.99.5, $4. Here we go.
There you go. Put it in the baggie then.
Here we go, baby. We're over 4 again. Here we go.
You did not get a sandwich earlier. You got a smoothie.
A smoothie. That's right, a smoothie. That's what it was, a smoothie.
I didn't think that would tide you over.
Oh, my gosh. Buying $4 here. Thank you. And my dollar cost average on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, is only $4.04 a share. $4.04. Let me play you a little bit of music, folks. This is one of my original songs I'm going to play you while I eat my sandwich.
Were you hungry?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. Well, why did you think you had a sandwich already?
I knew you brought me down something earlier, that's all.
other line. And that's why she lets me know it when she's seeing other guys. Then me, you bet I'm lucky to have met someone so honest. I'm the only guy she'll ever really love. That's what she promised. And she got me a coffee mug that reads world's greatest lover. And I'm starting to believe it's true, cause she's tried so many others. Yeah, I'm the world's greatest lover. It gets known all over town. I'm the world's greatest lover. At least that's my baby's now. You heard about Menage a Trois? Who wants some more? That would be wild. Don't mean to brag, but say la vie. I know it's a drag, but you can't beat me. No, no, no. There'll be no doubt about it when my babe comes through the door. I'd ask if she got lucky. She'll tell me if she's gone. She'll hold me close and whisper that I'm still the very best. And boy, will I be happy knowing I still pass the test. I'm the world's greatest lover. It gets known all over town. I'm the world's greatest lover. He's the best my baby's found. I'm the world's greatest lover.
Let's go, baby.
World's greatest lover. I'm like no other. The world's greatest lover. That's me.
All right. One of my many originals on my song playlist of 125 songs. Whoa. We're over $4. Filling 4005s they're throwing out now. Ha ha ha. All right. No more $4 shares, ladies and gentlemen. We're filling at 401. Yeah. 401. I'm trying to eat my sandwich. I'm almost done, folks. Mm-mm-mm. All right. 401 and a half now. Here we go, baby. Here we go. NUAI. Well, now I got to buy 401s. Oh, yeah. NUAI. And here's the chart on it right now. NUAI. Let's go to the 1 day. There she goes, right off that bottom. And yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, off the low yesterday, they ran it up 40 cents by the close. So how high will they run it up now? How high will they run it up now? Yesterday, off the low at lunchtime, they ran it up 40 cents by the closing. How high will they run it up now? I wonder. Huh. I'm going to play you one more song of mine, and then I'm going to be back. I don't want to. I don't want to eat through this and make you guys listen to me eat my sandwich. So this song here is called "All the Hurt, All the Pain." get to hear me play a little bit of a saxophone here.
You can't even imagine where the pain goes when there's no place left to store all the hurt, all the pain. Loneliness is something I never know. When it strikes, it's a mighty blow straight through the heart. All the hurt and all the pain, all that I've done for you. Every day's a flurry, everything's a whirlwind. Another push towards the hurt, and meanwhile, trying to stay sane. When will it stop? Why can't time be turned back to put behind what went wrong? Where must I go now? Back to square one. All the hurt and all the pain, all that I've done for you. Loneliness is something I never know. When it strikes, it's a mighty blow straight through the heart.
All right. Well, you just got through listening to one of my songs, one of my mini songs. I invite you to come over and give my songs a listen on your Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, or whatever music provider you have. What an effort by the market makers to hold this stock under $4 today. They've done a hell of a job. They've really worked it hard. They've stayed after it. They've stayed after it. They've stayed after it. They've stayed after it. They've, I guess, just been manufacturing shares to sell. $3.99 and a half. Wow, what a dedication to hold it under $4. To hold it under $4. And they are committed to doing that, folks. That is obvious. The market makers must have a lot on the line at $4 on this stock. That's obvious. They got a lot on the line there. But I'll keep filtering in little orders here, 10 shares at a time, buying $40 at a time. Thank God I still have some dry powder. And I will keep buying it here at this price as long as they give it to me, $3.99 a share. And trying now to buy $4 if I can. And the stock I'm trying to buy is NUAI. And the chart is right here, NUAI. And there it is, right there. Now, again, yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, this stock was driven down to a price at lunchtime, and they got it down to $4.19. And by the close, it was at $4.50 a share. 30-cent run up. The price was actually at $4.18, and they took it to $4.57, almost $4.58. So a 40-cent run up before the clock rang at 4 o'clock. Yesterday, this stock, a 40-cent climb before the bell rang. And from here, if it climbs 40 cents, that's going to be 437 a share sells. All right, we're just going to see what happens. I don't know that it's going to do that again, but I saw what it did yesterday. And yesterday, from its high, which was right here in the morning at 10:50 in the morning, the price achieved 444 a share. And from 10:50 in the morning, from 444, they ran it down to the lunchtime low at 12:40, and they got it down to 418. So from 444, Alexa, what is 4.44 minus 4.18?
4.44 minus 4.18 is 0.26.
So yesterday, they ran it down 26 cents off the high until the lunchtime here. Now, how much did they run it down here? 417 to 397. Alexa, well, that's 30 cents, a 30-cent drop.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, stop. Well, it's the same drop. Will we see the same pop? I don't know if we will or not, but what a dedicated bunch of sellers. And they're used to this, folks. Whoever's doing it, they did a hell of a job of it yesterday. They ran it down. They ran it down once to this price, twice to this price, and then at lunchtime they got it again. NUAI. Buy it at market. $3.99. And look at here, folks. Look at all the buyers that want to hoard this up at $3.99. Look at all that buying at $3.99. And look at the shares. One to hold $3.99. One share, folks. Cell phone farm 101, baby. Cell phone farm 101. Look at all the buyers now. Hundreds and hundreds of shares at $3.99. And now back over $4. Nice. Can anybody give me one more share at $3.98, please? Can anybody do that? I see you could muster up 142,000 at $3.99, and at $3.98 you only had 106,000. So that's 30,000 less shares at $3.98. But could you come up with one more, please? And instead, I'm just going to buy now at $4. I don't give a crap. Yep, $4. And look at the buying, folks, at $399.97. $399.97. $399.97. Oh, the dumpers are dumping $3,995. And now the dumpers are done. Oh, we're hitting $4 again. Look out, and the buyers are coming in at $4. Oh, 200 at $4. They don't care anymore. There it goes, $4. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Look at all the fours. Oh, 401. Adios, amigos. And now, will it run up to 440 a share? Could we actually see it go all the way up to 440 a share? Could we see the same thing it did yesterday? Could it do it again? Well, I tell you what, once they realize they can't hold it under $4, they'll take up a long position on it and run it to 425 in a heartbeat. All right? I guarantee you that. If they realize they can't hold it. Jeffy Guru, I don't know if we're going to see the same jump or not, but I can tell you one thing. This thing ain't going to close under $4, it doesn't look like, and that's trouble for the shorts. 401 I just filled. Oh my gosh, look at him buying 401s now. Listen, I'm telling you, once the market makers and the options players realize they can't keep it under $4, then they're going to run long on it. They'll take it long and they'll run it up to 425 or 435 or 440, maybe even 450 on it. Oh my gosh. 40099's trying to buy. And the dumper's trying to dump out 4.5s, $4.50. They just don't have enough, folks. At 207, 207 in 13 seconds. 4.5. Oh, we're back to 401. And by the way, the fake shares are at 408. The fake shares, 4,900, are at 408, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you right now, the fake shares of 4,900 are at 408. So the shorts think the price is going to 408. Look at all the buyers at 401, 402 now. And I just filled at 402. They're 2 cents below me right now. 2 cents below me. $402s, ladies and gentlemen. $402s. I'm telling you, if they realize they can't hold it under $4 and it's impossible, they will take it to 425. They'll go long on it and run it up from 4 to 425. And I just filled buy order market 402. And the bid is 401 and the ask is 402. And the bid is 401, everyone. The bid is 401. Man, that is horrible for these shorters for the bid to be at 401 and the ask 402. The bid is 401, the ask is 402. The bid is $4 and the ask is 401. The stock is down 10% today, down 10%. The bid is $4, the ask is 401. And look at the dumpers dumping out now, 400 and a halves. Yep. And this is NUAI. Here's the chart. NUAI. NUAI. Oh, man, watch it break over that line and just freaking fly up. Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go. Bid $4, ask 401. Bid $4, ask 401. Bid $4, ask 401. NUAI. And AGEN, I'm up $793 on that now. AGEN, so I'm going to start selling that. AGEN, AGEN, AGEN. I'm up $767 on that, folks, and I'm going to sell 493. I've got a lot of shares of this, and so I'm going to be selling here. And I'm going to look at it on the chart, AGEN. There it is, AGEN, folks, AGEN. And I just sold AGEN at 492. And I want to sell it here because, well, for one thing, this is a known line of resistance over here. And by the way, this line of resistance has been hit once, twice. Look at this thing. Once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times, 13, 14, 15, 16. Good Lord, look at that line, how many times they've stopped it on that line. So I'll sell some here. AGEN, and I'm up $832 on this position since I opened this position. So I'm going to sell it here. I just sold it at 491. I'm going to try to sell 492, 493, 94, 497, 498, 499. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll try to sell $5. 501. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm up 708 on this position right now. AGEN. And there she goes, folks. I just sold 489. And my dollar cost average is 474 on this stock. 474. My dollar cost average is 474 on this stock. There we go. Keep on rising, baby. I just sold 490 just then. And I'm selling AGEN. And here's the chart on AGEN right now. So you can see they're trying to bash it down here. Right now, they're trying to bash it down. Now, NUAI. There it is, NUAI, getting ready to bounce back over this line. They already ran it down to here at lunchtime. Now they're trying to hold it under this lunchtime low. But the bid is $4 and the ask is $401, ladies and gentlemen. The trouble they've got is the $200-day average is up here at 406. So the price wants to draw up to that 200-day average. No doubt about it, it wants to. And look over here. Look at the buyers coming in right there on this candlestick, right there. Oh, yeah. You can clearly see it. And the bid is 401. The ask is 402. And look at the buyers coming in right there. Look at the buyers coming in. Look at it starting to move, folks. Flat top green right there. Flat top green. Oh, man. This thing, I just sold AGEN at 494. And this is flat top green on this stock, NUAI. The bid is 401. The ask is 402. NUAI. And many buyers coming in down here now. Happy to buy here. Happy to buy here. And look at it springboarding, folks. It's starting to make its move right now. It looks like a crocky gator to me. It looks like a crocky gator forming right now. It's going to open his mouth right up and run, run, run. Run, shorty. It's time for run for the exits right now. I've already told you this is the line of resistance right here. Right here is the line of resistance once, the line of resistance twice. And now they're trying to resist it again here, the third time on this line. But it's rising, folks. It's rising. It's rising. And let me tell you something. If it rises over that line, it's game over. It's game over, shorty, if it rises over that line. It's going to fly if it goes over that line. Oh, man, watch out, shorty. You better dump here. Bid 401, ask 402. And I'm looking here at AGEN, which I am up today on. AGEN, I'm up $778 on it. And that's why I'm selling it here. I'm up $737 on it. And I've got 2,060 shares of it. And I would love to sell it here at 494. And I'm up 778 on this one today. AGEN. Now I'm looking at NUAI. And I just sold 496 on that. Beautiful. AGEN. I just sold it at 496. And I just sold it at 497. And now I'm up 832 on this position. And I just sold it at 499. And I've got 60 shares left. And I'm going to try to sell those 60 at $5. And I'm up 832 on this position today. AGEN. And today's been a real fight on this NUAI. Man, I tell you what, I have had to be very diligent there, and I'm down only $199 on that position now. I'm only down $199 on it. Now, I'm going to get rid of my VMAR right now. I'm done messing with that stock, VMAR. I can't hold on to it anymore. I've got 1,000 shares. I'm down $273. I'm going to start selling it. I'm going to sell 200 here at 96, 295. Try 200 at 97. I'm getting out of VMAR and I'm down 273. My dollar cost average is $1.23 on it, so I'm out of this one. VMAR. And I don't understand why my orders aren't selling. So I got to sell them myself. Stupid thing. I just got to sell them at freaking market share. I've got 600 left. I'm just going to get rid of them, sell market. It's near the low of the day, and I don't like to hold stocks that are near the low of the day. And now I'm out of that stock completely. VMAR, I'm out. And today, my gain is only $430 today. So I'm not doing that good today yet, but we're not done. The day is far from over. LIMN, as it turns out, did faltered, and I'm down $11 on it. We'll see where it ends up at the end of the day. NUAI. Man, I've been battling this stock all day long. NUAI. And they try one last time to take it below $4. Last time they took it down below 4, 399.5. But look at all the buyers that are buying up $4, just hundreds and hundreds of shares buying $4, folks. They're certainly not afraid to buy this at $4 a share, are they? Somebody's not afraid to. But man, oh man, it's been a battle today on this stock. Look at all the shares that have been bought at prices way higher than where it is now. And look at all the dark areas of these candlesticks that were dumped out on the bid, dumped 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 on the bid. I mean, just massive dumping of shares up here. Massive dumping of shares to take it from $4.19 down to below $4 and get today's low of $3.97, where they had a whopping 22,000 shares at $3.97. Just look how many they've dumped out on the bid right here at $3.99.5. The dark area goes from right here all the way to there, $3.99.5. And there's a buyers coming in now. Here come the buyers right now, folks. I mean, that's a crap load of buying over $4, ladies and gentlemen, even though the desperados are trying to hold it under 4. The bid is $4. The ask is $4.01. Here it is right here, NUAI. There it is again. Final attempt to take it below the 50-day. Final attempt to take it below the 50. And now she's rising, folks. NUAI. Look at them try to hold it under the 50, try to hold it under this line. Look at them trying so many times to hold it under this line. That's this line right here, folks. Once they drove it down below, look how hard they tried to stop it. Look how they tried to stop it. Tried to stop it. Tried to stop it. Tried to stop it. They're going to keep trying to stop it. They're going to keep trying to stop it at 402, folks. I just sold AGEN at 502, and I'm out of it. AGEN, a good profit today on that one. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch this thing take off now. Let's see an hour and a half power hour on NUAI. Hour and a half to run it up, baby. Let's watch it rise. NUAI. Oh, did they run out of all the shares at 401? Did they run out and now we got to buy 402s? Look at all the buying here, folks. Oh, yeah. Nice. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Let's watch this thing fly now. Come on, let's run it up. Let's run it up. You mean all they had was 498,000 shares at 402? And they ran out at 498,000? You do realize that's the most shares bought at any number. Up here at 405, there was 432,000. Up here, 467,000 at 410. But now at 402, 499,000. The most shares bought at any price. Right there. 506,000 now at 402. 506,000 at 402 because it's 2 cents below my dollar cost average. That's why they bought 506,000 shares at 402, 2 cents below my DCA. $402, baby. 2 cents below me. And look at all the buyers buying 401 and a half. And the bid for them, unfortunately, is at $4. The bid is $4. Right now, it should be $3.99, folks. This is going to be an hour and a half of this thing trying to hold under 4. And I don't think they can friggin' do it. No frickin' way. Look how many shares they've had at $4, 433,000. Below that, only 270,000 at $3.99. But 433,000 at $4. Here they come at it right now, folks. 230, dump down 230. Trying to get it at 4 again. Ha ha ha. 399.5. Well, I tell you what, these market makers, boy, they've been on this stock all day long. They've been so hard on this NUAI. They've been trying everything they can to hold this under $4. They're just coming at it with everything they've got here. They've been dumping shares all damn day long from $4.20 a share down to $4. They've just been throwing out shares. They've just been throwing out shares, dumping shares, dumping shares, dumping out shares, dumping out shares. Everything they could to get it from 420 down to 397 today. 397. And just look at all the massive darkness up here of dumping shares out to make it fall. It's because they shorted this position, folks. They shorted it today when it got to 438 a share. They shorted the shit out of it. And they started selling at 438, and they sold 1,800 shares there. And then at 437, they sold 10,000. And at 436, they sold 84,000 at 436 to make it start tumbling. And then from 436 down to 421, they had hardly any shares for sale. They had hardly any, but they made it fall, selling them. They made it fall. But they didn't have many shares here, folks. 4,000 there, 1,500 there, 1,700 there. I mean, little amounts, folks. 900 shares at 424, 7,000 at 423. Then they started piling in the sales at 418, 417, 416, 415, 414, 413. Look how many they sold at 413, folks. 503,000 shares. Then at 407, they sold 548,000 shares. And now here at $4, they've sold 453,000. And 1 penny below my dollar cost average, they've sold 506,000 shares. The highest number of any number, they have sold 506,000 shares, 1 penny below my dollar cost average. NUAI, folks. Look at the determination to hold it under $4. Why are they so dedicated to that price? Why are they so locked in on $3.99? And again, they've got the fake shares at 408, 4,900 shares at 408. They've got that still there, 4,900 fake shares at 408. I just filled at $4 again. And the bid is $3.99 and the ask is $4. So they're paying, everybody's buying it on the ask now. Bid is $3.99, the ask is $4. We got an hour and a half left, folks. You think they're going to hold this thing under $4 at $3.99 for an hour and a half? Do they really have that many shares to keep selling at $3.99 and a half? Do they really? Do they really have that many shares at $3.99 and a half? Oh my gosh, 39999. Look at that, 2,000 shares at $3.99 and a half. Yep, AGEN over $5. Let's go TGHL. That took all day. Oh God. Mike Larson, huge cup handle. Nice. On which one? So that LQST got back in and made 150 real quick. Vacation money is mounting. All right. As far as NUAI, what I think it's going to run to, I don't know how high it's going to run, but what I did was I looked at this chart yesterday, NUAI, and what I saw was the following, okay? I'm going to show you right now. NUAI. What I saw yesterday with NUAI is a drop down here, then a double drop to the low, and then I saw it go up 40 cents before the market closed. That's what happened yesterday with this stock, NUAI. It dropped to here, then they double whammied it, and then it went up 40 cents before the bell could ring. And so today, I saw them again on this stock. Today, I saw them drop it to the low, then try it again. And I'm wondering now, could it possibly go right on up like it did yesterday? From the second low, it just rocketed all afternoon. Now, I don't know if it's going to do that right now or not, but it's possible. It's definitely possible. They seem very dedicated to hold it at $4 a share for some reason. And I don't understand because today's a Thursday. It's not like it's a Friday. I don't know. Maybe they've only got one day to cover on this. Does anybody want to look at NUAI and see how many days they have to cover on NUAI? Maybe it's just today. Maybe that's why they're trying so hard to hold it under $4. Does anybody want to look at it? Yep. Well, I already sold. I sold out of the other one, and I made 800 and something bucks on it. That was the one that we AGEN. Let's see what it's doing now. AGEN. Yeah, I sold it right then. 502. I sold the last share at 502, and I'm out of it now. AGEN. AGEN. I made $835 on that position today. AGEN. I made $835 on it. And I just sold the last shares I had at 502 a share. NUAI, all the desperation to hold it under $4. But folks, there's another hour and 20 minutes for this stock. And the bid is $3.99. The ask is $4. The manipulation has been constant and steady all day long. They started selling it short at $4.38 a share. And at that price, they only had 1,800 shares to sell at $4.38 a share. 1,800. And then at $4.37, they only had 10,000. At $4.36, they sold 84,000 to keep it running down. At $4.35, they sold 18,000. Down here at $4.30, they only had 1,500 shares at $4.30. And they only had 900 shares at $4.24. But then they just started dumping at $4.17. Must be where they borrowed the shares this morning. When the price hit $4.18, I'm guessing that's where they borrowed. And look at the buys coming in here. Look at everybody wanting to buy it at $3.99 right there. Look at all the people trying to buy it there at $3.99. Last call for $3.99. Last call for $3.99. This stock was called out this morning by, for those of you that want to know, NUAI was called out this morning by Tony Henry. NUAI. And New Era and Digital settlement with U.S. trustee gets court approval. Started dumping at 438, and they dumped it all the way down heavily at 420, heavily at 410, heavily at 408, heavily at 406, 7 and 8. They dumped it very heavily at 4. Oh, there she goes, folks. And man, did they do some dumping here at 399, 301,000, 539,000 at $4, folks. 539,000. 539,000. Now 542,000 at $4. Man, they're accumulating there, baby. Bid $3.99, ask $4. Both green. Bid $3.99, ask $4. And they've held this stock down now for a solid 3 hours, 10% down. For a solid 3 or 4 hours, they've held this stock down 10%. How long can they hold up? How long can they hold up? $3.99 bid, $4 ask. And interestingly enough, up here at 508 a share, or I should say 507 a share, they had, 407 a share. At 407 a share, they had 548,000 shares to dump. At 407, folks, 548,000. Now down here, 548,000 at $4. So here at 407, they ran out at 548,000 at 407. And now they're at 548,000 at $4. I'm just showing it to you, folks. What a coincidental number. 548,000 they sold on this stock. 548,000 they sold at 407. And now 548,000 at $4. Isn't that interesting? The same maximum number, 548,000. I show you guys this stuff. You can decide what to do with it yourselves. 548,000 at 407 and 548,000 at $4. And look at all the dumpers still trying to dump 3995s. And here come the fours. Yeah, here come the $4 buyers. Oh, yeah, there's the $4 coming in. Oh, and the 500 shares at $399.01. 500 at $399.01. Man, there's no one afraid to buy here. No one's afraid to buy this. No one's afraid to buy it. Look at all those buying $399.5s now. Nice. There she goes, $4. Oh, they've got just 3 shares left at $399.39. And 100 left at $399.5. Where is all this? Where's all this? Where's all this volume at $399.5? What is this bullshit? 100 shares now at $399.5. Look at that. 399-5301, 867-5309. There's a 399-5301, one share. Oh, 8,000 at 4. 8,000 buying 4 there, folks. Watch out, folks. 8,000 buying $4. I'll come in with those. I'll come in with the confident 8,000 share buyer at $4. Yeah, I'm coming in there. And now somehow they've had 562,000 shares at $4. Up here at 408, they only had, look, the 4,900 fake shares is now at 408. The fake 4,900 shares at 408. This is an awfully long time to be sitting here, folks, at $4 a share. 572,000 shares there. Man, this NUAI, folks, I think after the market makers get their fingers off this thing and all this manipulation at 399.5, this thing could just go ballistic in the after hours. And I really do wish Charles Schwab Thinkorswim would not limit anybody that's trading these in the after hours, anybody that's on a paper money account. I really wonder how high this is going to go with all this effort to hold it at $4. Serious effort to hold it at $4. As a matter of fact, so serious that it's the biggest number of shares dumped out at any other number is right here, 577,000. 577,000 at $4. That's how much it means to them to hold it there. 577,000 shares at $4. And just below that, only 301,000 at $3.99. And above that, only 374,000 at $4.01. But boy, what a dedication. 578,000 shares at $4. And you keep seeing all these buyers buying $4 buys, and then somehow they keep mysteriously coming up with shares at $3.99.5. So there's a heavy-duty effort to hold this thing under $4, as you can clearly see. Can they do it for another hour and 10 minutes, though? I don't think so. Nope, I don't think so. There's a lot of green at $4. And the bid is $3.99 and the ask is $4. Both of those numbers are green, too. The bid is $3.99 and the ask is $4. The bid is $3.99 and the ask is $4. And I want to look at the volume today on this NUAI. Let me get up here and look at NUAI. And the volume, 4,200,000. Usually average volume is 7,000,006. So half the usual volume to try to hold the price under $4. Half of the usual volume to try to hold the price under $4. Yahoo has a yearly target on this of $10.50 a share. Yahoo's 1 year chart is $10. And look it over here, folks. 39999. 39999. Boy, howdy. It's a thin red line now. A very thin red line. A very, very thin red line at 2:52 p.m., folks. Very thin red line. 39999. I tell you. How high is it going to go? 39950. Oh, man. What desperation. Now 4. Here we go, baby. Take it on up. Let's go. Time is 2:52, almost 2:53. Interestingly enough, has anybody seen anything other than 39950 and 4? No, nothing. No more 399s. There's just none. It's just 3995. Yep, 3995. Nothing else. And the stock, it says down here, New Era Energy and Digital resolves trustee claims in New Mexico lawsuit 6 days ago. New Era Energy 6 days ago announces final approval of settlement dismissing the state of New Mexico's claims against the company. So 6 days ago, New Era Energy and Digital announces final approval of settlement dismissing the state of New Mexico's claims against the company. And $399.99, folks. It's a very thin red line now. How long can they hold it? $399.99. Wow, what an effort. What an effort on the shorties' parts today to hold this thing down now for frickin' ever. On the 1 day chart, the thing popped up here to 444 a share. They dropped it all the way down to 396.97, and now they're trying to hold it at $4 after it was 444 a share today. It spiked to 444 a share at 12:26 today. 444 a share at mid-noon. I didn't even see that. I never saw that happen. I never saw that. See, they tested how high the high would go to, and they said 445, 446. They already know. They've already tested where the high is, 446. That's what that is. They already tested it, 1230, what the high would be, and they know 446 is it. So right now, don't be surprised to see it start rising, folks. Rising, rising, rising. Don't be surprised to see it go all afternoon up from here. Look at these orders filling at $4 repeatedly now. $4. And the bid is $4. The ask is 401. And look at all the buyers at $4 right here at 3 o'clock. Oh my gosh. And they're buying 4005. Oh my gosh. The bid is $4. The ask is 401. AGEN sure did drop off that 502 where I sold it back down to 495. And here is NUAI, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it right there. And there it goes, folks. Finally, there she goes. There she goes. NUAI. Oh, yeah. And it's finally going to break over this 50-day average. Right now, it's gone. Look at the buyers coming in there. And I can't even get a $4 order to fill now. I got to go to 401. And by the way, they've now sold 650,000 shares at $4. Man, that is freaking 130,000 more than any other number. Up here, they at 407, they only had 548,000. And at 402, they only had 522,000. But suddenly at $4, 650,000 they had there. And then they ran out. They ran out at 650,000. And now the bid is $4 and the ask is 401. The bid is $4, the ask is 401. NUAI, and there it is on the chart. And look at this candlestick starting up here, folks. And it's crossing the 50-day right now. NUAI. Let's go, baby. Come on. Man, you've been sitting down here long enough. You've been down here long enough. You've been there long enough. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Bid is $4. Ask is 401. And I just filled at 401. Look over here, the dumps they're trying to dump now. $4. $4.31 and 33 they're trying to dump. 40031 and 33. Well, they're not going to hold it under 4, folks. It's 3 o'clock. It's time to see this thing take off. It's time to watch this thing rocket here. Here it is right here, folks. And look at this dinky little red candlestick they're trying to sell against this right here. Look right here. And instead, it just went green. It just went green. It just went green, folks. Oh, yeah, there she goes. There she goes. Flat top green, baby. Bid $4, ask 401. Bid $4, ask 401. Hey guys, where's all the 399s? Where's all the 397s of an hour ago? The 398s, the 399s, the 399.5s, the 39999s. Where are those? The 39999s. The bid is $4. The ask is 401. The bid is $4. The ask is 401. The bid is $4. The ask is 401. This is the stock right here I'm talking about right now. NUAI. NUAI. The bid is $4. The ask is 401. And both the 5-day and the 10-day average have now crossed over the 50-day average. And the bid is $4 and the ask is 401. And I just filled at 401 again. And I'm not buying alone at 401. There's a lot of other interested parties buying this stock at 401 right now. That's for dang sure. There is no fear here. There's no fear here, it appears. Bid is $4. Ask is 401. Bid is still 4. Ask is 401. And there's still the fake shares at 408. 4,900 fake shares at 408. Right there. 4,900 fake shares for sale at 408. And I just filled at 401 again. And I'm just buying market share orders, folks. All I can get market is 401. That's all I've been able to get for the last 10 minutes. 401. And there's the chart on it right there. Bid is $4. Ask is 401. Well, I tell you what. At just 2:40 p.m., the price was $3.98. At 2:40 p.m., the price was $3.98. Now the bid is 4. The ask is 401. And that is a flat top green on that candlestick right there. Oh, last drop again to $3.99. Bid $3.99, ask $4. One big red sell here. One big red sell left in them. One red sell left in them there. There they go. They got out right then. Shorty just went long at $3.99. And now the bid is $3.99. The ask is $4. And I'm just filling at $4 a share here now. Bid is $3.99. Ask is $4. The bid is 4. Ask is 401. The bid is 4. Ask is 401. Say goodbye to the 399s, ladies and gentlemen. They just dumped the last 399s they had. That was the last shot at it. Last shot at 399. And now the bid is 4, the ask is 401. Now the bid is $3.99, the ask is 4 again. Man, oh man, I tell you what. They have done a masterful job of holding this thing below $4 now, where they've accumulated 688,000 shares bought at $4. And ladies and gentlemen, at that price, you can clearly see 688,000. This much of it was sold to the bid. This much has been bought on the ask. That right there, 694,000 sold to the bid over to that level right there. 694,000 sold to the bid right there. And the rest all bought on the ask. So it's not like there's not anybody that wants they all want to buy it here. There's a lot of buying here at this buying on the ask. Bid now 3,898, ask 399. 3:08 p.m. Last call for 398, folks, and 399s. And the stock is down 10.66. 10.66 at 399. I didn't even notice until just now. The stock is down 10.66%. And now it's only down 10.54. It was down just then 10.66. And now only down 10.54. And there they are again, 1066. And now they're down 1069. And I'm buying it at $3.99 a share, 1069% down. 10.69% down. And I certainly have no fear here buying it at $3.98 and $3.99. The bid is $3.98, the ask is $3.99. Both of those are green, by the way. They just raised the bid and they just raised the ask. And the bid is $3.98 and the ask is $3.99. And I can't get anything but $3.99s here for a little while. Maybe for another 5 minutes. I don't know. The bid is $3.98. The ask is $3.99. I can't get a single order to fill at $3.98. Not one of mine. All I'm doing is buying $3.99. And I have not gotten a $3.98 to fill one time. Not once. There we go. I just got a $3.98 just then. And I'd like to thank all of you market makers who are letting me drop my dollar cost average right now to $4.03. 403. And I'm grateful to the market makers that have been doing this today. The stock is now down 10.66 again. And I'm just going to keep buying here, folks, at $3.98, $3.99, as long as I can get them. I do not believe there's any way they're going to hold this stock under $4 for the rest of the day. I don't believe it, folks. Prove me wrong, Shorty. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, Shorty. $397.5 I just saw. Now we're back to $398s. Last call for $398s. And at $4, they've now somehow mustered up 694,000 shares at $4. And at $3.98, they've had only 147,000. So 500,000 more shares at $4 than $3.98. How's that? 500,000 more shares available at $4 than at $3.98. Up now I got a 399. And we've been fighting these guys all day long. They've amazingly held this price at $3.99 to $4.02 for now 4 hours this afternoon, the same exact price. And they aren't going to make any effing money doing that. They're not going to make any money doing that. They don't make money holding the same price for 5 hours, folks. That's not how it works. Well, it is, because then they get all the retailers to just, I'm done. This isn't going anywhere. It's never going to go over $4. They're just going to keep it under 4, all freaking, and that's exactly what they want you to think. At 3:13 p.m., 3:13 p.m. The time is now 3:13 p.m. 3:13 p.m., folks. $3:13 p.m. And the bid is $398 and the ask is $399. If they really wanted to hold this under $4 a share today, they'd have the price right now at $388. All right, I promise you. If they really wanted to hold this stock under $4, the price right now would be $3.92 or $388 right now. I don't think they have a chance in the world to hold this under $4, only being 2 cents under it right now. At 315, I don't believe they have a chance in the hell to do it. Down here at this number, 398, they've only had 268,000, but at $4, they've had 3 times that much. At 397, folks, today they've only had 4,889 shares. At 397, they've had only 4,000. At the price they're at right now, 3,878 shares. Last call before that runs. And at 396, folks, they had 100 shares at $3.96. 100 shares. 100 shares at $3.96, folks. A whopping 100 shares, folks, at $3.96 a share. Look at that. I'm not kidding you, folks. 100 shares at $3.96. 100, folks. That's what you're dealing with here to run it down. 100 shares at $3.96. 100 whole shares at $3.96. Oh yeah, you can just hear me ringing away because I'm buying 397s here. I see the whole 100 shares they had at 396. And I can't get a single damn order to fill there. Instead, I'm buying 397s over and over. And at that number, even they've only had 20,000 at 397. They've had 694,000 at $4, but 20,000 at 397. So you see why I'm buying it here? Because they've had 694,000 at $4, and they've only had 26,000 at 397. That's why I'm buying here. Low of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the low of the day. You know, stocks don't usually close on the low of the day. They don't. They don't usually close on the very low of the day. I'm just going to say that to you just so you're aware of it. Many stocks hit a low and then come up 5 cents, 4 cents off that low by the end of the day. And at 396, folks, they've now had 16, how many? 200 shares at 396. 200 shares at 396 is what they've sold today. Somehow at 397, they've sold 29,000 though. But at 396, they had 200 shares is all. So are they contracted to just sell 397s now until the bell rings? Because 396 is only freaking 200 shares. And the bid is 396 and the ask is 397. And the stock is down 11%, folks. The bid is still down, is still 396 and the ask is 397. For some reason, nobody wants to sell it other than 200 shares at 396. Just 200 shares at 396, folks. JP Panek says EOSE gets a Golden Dome contract from Pentagon. Nice. Well, here I am duking it out with the hedge funds that are manipulating this stock. NUAI. NUAI. Called out this morning by Tony Henry. And Tony, man, this has not been easy, man, all day long. I've been fighting these mofos all damn day. Looking for the similar run-up at the last of the day that they've been doing, that they did yesterday. I was looking for the same kind of run-up today. And I'm not seeing it right now. I'm not seeing the run-up coming into the close yet. Not yet. And it doesn't surprise me to see them go full ditch effort to get 396 where they had 200 shares. And now I see a whole shitload of shares being bought now at 397 instead. But 396, they had 200 whole shares. That tells you how they're manipulating, folks. 396. And I'm just buying shares here over and over and over because I am of the understanding that market makers are trying everything they can to hold this thing under $4 before the final bell. And to see them coming at it so weakly now with just 200 shares at 396 tells a story all I need to know. Now they've sold another 800 there. That's all. 800 more have been bought at 396 now. Right now at the low of the day, the most shares there is 1,050. And they won't fill my order at 396. They're filling all my orders at 397. You know, I wonder who it is that gets paid to dump shares out like this and keep dumping them at 396.5. And all I can buy are 397s. I can't get a 396. I got an order there at 396, but they've only been able to sell 1,050 shares there so far. Amazing that they can't get any more to sell there. But I'm filling at 397. Every order right here now, 396. I finally got it. I finally got 396. I finally got 396. And now they've sold 17,000 shares there at 396. And the bid is 394. The ask is 395. Last call. They're trying to scare everyone out, folks. Last call, 395. And they're going to let me get my dollar cost average under $4 here, which sucks for them big time. I'm not falling for it, folks. I'm not falling for it. And I'm going to change my buy orders and start buying 60 shares here at a time. There we go. I'm filling the wagon here. Filling the wagon here, folks. Oh, look at all the 394 fives being bought here, folks. Buying along with me, my dollar cost average is now $4.01. My DCA is now $4.01. And I'm trying to get my dollar cost average right here down to $4. I got plenty of cash still to buy with here. And I'm almost going to drop it now to $4, the DCA to go to $4. And they have not had diddly squat for sale down here at this price. And that's it for the 394s. And my dollar cost average is now 401. I'm almost at $4. Thank you, market makers. My DCA is now $4. And if I can, I'm going to get it down to $3.99 if you keep holding it here at $3.94 long enough. Oh, now we're at $3.95. Oh, shoot. Yep, now we're at $3.95. NUAI. Yep, now $3.95s. And my dollar cost average is $4. I tell you what, drop before the pop, baby. Bid is $3.94, ask is $3.95. And I do not need to buy any more right now. I don't need to buy any more shares here. I'm going to watch it. And the bid is $3.94, the ask is $3.95. The bid is $3.94, the ask is $3.95. The bid is $3.93, the ask is $3.94. And I'm buying the stock NUAI. The stock is only down 11% today, folks. And I'm buying here because I really want to get my dollar cost below $4. And they're giving me the chance right now to get some 393s. So I'm buying them, but I'm only getting 394s. But I'm getting a chance to get my dollar cost average down below $4 here. So I'm grateful to these market makers for doing this right here. And I see 60,000 trying to buy 393. And they still haven't changed the fake shares sells at 408, folks. 4,900 at 408. And I just dropped my DCA to 399. All right. And now let it run back up to $4 here. Let's go, baby. Come on. Yes, my DCA is 399. And I'm trying to buy 60 shares at 393 right now. And I don't need to buy any more shares here. I don't need to buy any more. Just going to watch it now. And the bid is 393, the ask is 394. The bid is 394, the ask is 395. The bid is now 393, the ask is 394. Well, I tell you what, they really have stayed after this, man. Somebody's getting paid some big money to keep dumping shares here, right up to the bell, folks. The bid is 393, the ask is 394. The bid is 393, the ask is 394. We got 30 minutes left, folks. 30 minutes left. 29 minutes till the bell rings. And the stock I'm buying and have been buying today is NUAI. NUAI. And the bid is 393, the ask is 394. And right now I'm down $986 on this position. But the bid is 393, the ask is 394. It's down 11%, 11.77%. And they've been fighting it out with me all day long. They know how hard it is to hold this under $4, and they've given it all they could. And look up here, folks. Look at all the shares that they've already had transferred from people that didn't want it to people that did want it at these prices. From $4.15 all the way down to $4. Look at all the people that dumped their shares over to people that they didn't want it, and they sold to the people that did want it. And now look at how few shares we're dealing with down here now to try to hold it down. Look at the small amount of shares trying to hold it down here. You see that? That's why I'm buying here. Bid 393, ask 394. And I mean, there's just literally nothing here. 86,360 shares. Up here, you're talking friggin' 460,000, 548,000, 522,000. And they're trying to hold it with 86,000? Are you kidding me? Not likely, folks. Not likely it's going to hold here. It's not likely that it's going to hold here. And as a matter of fact, the only reason they just ran it down to 393 is to try to keep it under $4. Trying to keep it under 4. Trying to buffer it before it runs up right before the closing. Watch it rise, folks. Watch it rise. Watch it rise. Oh my gosh, I just had to buy a 395 there. And look down here, folks. At 393, they had how many shares? 3,492 shares at 393. At 393, 3,492. At 393.5, 41,515. At 394, 98,000. Man, up here, 540,000, 520,000, 694,000. And down here, you're talking a maximum number of 98,000? I don't think so. I don't think you're going to hold it there with just 98,000. No, I don't think so. And there's the chart, folks. NUAI. There's the last dump before the rise. Look at them try to get everyone out there and get a 393 low right there at 3:28 p.m. 393 low at 3:28 p.m. 393 low at 3:28 p.m. Oh my gosh, now I'm feeling at 394. Folks, my dollar cost average is only 3.99 on this stock. Time now 3:36. We got 24 minutes left for this thing to run. 24 minutes left for the shenanigans to end. Here's the chart right here. Look at all the buyers that just came in right there. That's a lot of buyers right there. No, I'm not shorting this stock. I do sometimes short, but not this. Not here. No. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare short this here. No freaking way. No way. Nope. I'm buying here, baby. And I just got 2 orders at 393. I have not seen jack shit down here for sale at these numbers. Just 66,000 shares, of course, 66,000. They'll probably get it to 66,666 at 393, 66,666. And by the way, at 392.5, they only had 5,900, now 7,200 shares, now 10,000 at 392.5. Yep. And now at 392.5, they ran out at 12,290. They ran out there at 12,980. They ran out there at 12,980, 392.5. Now 16,806. So they dumped out another 4,000 at 392.5. And the stock is only down today, ladies and gentlemen, 12%. So it's not like they're trying to trigger stop losses here, 20%. They're not. And I just got 393 again. And the time now is 20 minutes till the closing. The bid is 392. The ask is 393. The bid is 392. The ask is 393. And you wonder why. Why that? 392.93. Now the bid came up to 393. The ask is 394. The bid is 393. The ask is 394. The bid goes back to 392. The ask 393. Boy, I tell you what, the market makers are really, whoever's holding this, they got a lot of money. They got some deep pockets, folks. And the bid is 392. The ask is 393. And I'm filling here at 393 over and over, just 20 share orders. The bid is 392. The ask is 393. And the stock was just down 12%, now only down 11.89. Now only down 11.89. The stock is now only down 11.89. And the bid is 392. The ask is 393. The bid is 391. The ask is 392. They're trying for the new low here. And I'm going to start buying the shit out of this. And the bid is 391 and the ask is 392. And I'm sorry, folks. I'm just not falling for it. I'm not falling for this makeup shares. These, I don't know, are they synthetic shares they've got that they're creating here? But I'm sure not falling for it. I'm going to buy all of them here. 391, 392. The stock is down 12.33%. Now only down 12.22%. Yep, now only down 12.22%. The stock is down 12.22%, and I'm buying it here at 391 and 392. Bid 391, ask 392. And the chiselers have been chiseling and chiseling and chiseling away at this all effing day, folks. They literally have not stopped chiseling at it all day long. They've kept chiseling. And they've been very, very successful in running people out of this stock today, I'm sure. And now the bid is 392. The ask is 393. No more 391s and 2s. Now the bid is 392. The ask is 393. The bid is 392. The ask is 393. And like I said, I'm not falling for it. When they ran it down just then to 391.92, screw that. I'm buying the heck out of it. And the bid is now 392. The ask is 393. And I'm not afraid. The bid is 392. The ask is 393. I wonder what happened to all the 392s that they just sold. Now the bid is 392. The ask is 393. The bid is 392. The ask is 393. The bid is still 392. The ask is 393. And the stock is no longer down 12.22. It's only down 12%. Now it's only down 12%. And the bid is 392. The ask is 393. And the bid is still 392. The ask is 393. And there is right now 17 minutes left until the closing. And even the shorters are soon going to start taking profit, folks. They're up 12% right now. They just were up over 12%. And now they're only up 12%. So they're going to start taking profits here, I believe. I believe Shorty's going to start getting out. The bid is 392. The ask is 393. The bid is 391. The ask is 392. The stock is down 12.22% now. 12.22 again. That's the most they've been able to get is 12.22. And now 12.33 maximizes the most they've been able to get it down today. 12.33%. 12.33% down. Now only 12.22. And we're looking to see the very bottom right here at 3:44 p.m. The bid is 391. The ask is 392. The bid is 391. The ask is 392. The bid is 391. The ask is 392. And I am amazed that they've been able to hold this thing down as long as they have all afternoon. The bid is 391. The ask is 392. And the time now is 3:45, 15 minutes till the close. And if you don't believe the whales have been waiting for this all day long, you don't know whales very good. The bid is 391. The ask is 392. And who is it that's created this number to stop and hold shares at? 391, 392. I wonder who it is who's made the decision to hoard these shares here at this price. Right before the closing, 391, 392. My goodness gracious, how many shares have they got to sell here? And at 391, I only saw 311 shares. 311 shares, folks, at 391. That's right, 311 shares at 391. And look at all the buying here now. Look at all the buying. 393. And the bid is 393. The ask is 394. The bid is 394. The ask is 395. The bid is 394. The ask is 395. And the stock is only down 11.55 now. The bid is 394. The ask is 395. Oh, my goodness. All the buying here now. Nice. And they're sitting right now, bid 394, ask 395. 3 cents below my dollar cost average. I can't believe it. What happened to all the 391s and the 392s and the 393s? What happened to all the 391s, 92s, and 93s? The bid is now 393. The ask is 394. The bid is 393. The ask is 394. I told you shorts were going to have to start taking profits, and they were up 12%, and now they're only up 11.7. The bid is 393. The ask is 394. And their profits are dwindling on them. They better get out. They got to cover here, folks. The bid is 393. The ask is 394. NUAI. Look at all the buying going on here, folks. Dumpers are trying to dump 393.5 now. Where'd all the 391s go and 392s go? Huh? Where did all the 391s go? Look at all the buyers buying here, 393.5. Nice. Look at here, folks. Watch it rise, folks. The bid is 393. The ask is 394. 12 minutes till the close. And I'm telling you, the only reason they just drove it down to 391 there is because they're trying to buffer and hold this thing under $4. Look at all the buyers buying 394 now and 394 and a half. Yeah, baby, here we go. Oh, I just got a 395. Oh, yeah, here we go, baby. Here we go. Look at all the buyers buying 396 now. Come on, baby. Let's run it up over my DCA. My DCA is 398. And I just bought a 396. 395s I just got twice. Man, this just tells you how bad this wants to go back up over $4. Look at the buyers pouring in at 394, 395, 396 just now. Man, I tell you what, folks, I'm going to hold on to this stock. I don't usually hold, but looking at what they've tried this afternoon on this stock and how diligent they've been and how hard they've tried to hold it down, how much effort they put into trying to hold this thing down under $4 makes me say this thing's going to explode. I think it's going to explode. And the 4,900 fake shares that were at 408, they've now dropped those 4,900 shares at 408 to 404. They just dropped them to 404. The 4,900 fake shares is at 404. And we now have 9 minutes till the market close. Look at all the buying going on here, folks. Golly, look at all the buying at 394 and a half. And I just got 395. Dang, look at all the buying 394 and a half. And I just bought 395 again. One more time, 395 I got. And here we go, folks. Look at them dumping 394 and a halves. The 4,800 shares are copied on buy side too. They are bracket buys. That's how they keep the price swings from getting crazy. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at all the buyers buying here. AGEN is still over 5. Good. Here come the buyers, 395. Oh yeah, 395's buying it up. And I'm going to start loading in my sell orders here now. Last call for 395. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to buy 400. I just want to buy 20 there. $20 there, 394. Goodness gracious. Look at all the shares they had at 391, folks. 311 at 391. And at 392, 76,000. At 393, 148,000. At 394, and look at all the buyers buying 394s here and 395s. Lots of happy buyers buying 394s and 395s here now for some reason. Oh, yeah, there's plenty of happy buyers at 394 and a half, 395. There we go. Just sold 395. 395 fives. Wow. 5 minutes left, folks. 396s. Just sold 396. And my DCA is 397, ladies and gentlemen. 397. Golly. Wow, 397, folks. I'm going green. We got 4 minutes left. I'm about to go green on this stock. And they're sitting on my dollar cost average right now, 397. They're sitting on my DCA. The bid is 396. The ask is 397. The bid is 396. The ask is 397. The bid is 396. The ask is 397. They're sitting on my dollar cost average. Oh my gosh, it's going over 397. 398, I'm up 200 bucks. All right, I just went green, folks. I'm now up $200 on this stock. Wow. I told you they were going to take it back up to $4. They were going to try to hold it under $4. And they let me drop my DCA to 397. Beautiful. 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 398s they're filling now. Nice. 398s I just sold. 399s I just sold. Oh, yes. Up 479 now. Up 416. All right, up 528. Up 546. Up 466. And my DCA is at 395 a share now, those suckers. And we now have 1 minute and 20 seconds left to sell these. And I'm up 565. Wow. Oh, I told you the only reason they just drove it down to 391 is because they were trying to hold it under 4. And I told you it was going to close at 399 a share is what I told you. And we got 30 seconds to sell out of this, folks. We got 18 seconds to sell out of this. Wow. I ended up $207 up on it. Wow. My gosh. And I didn't even sell it all, folks. Wow. Yeah, baby. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing go. Yeah, the ask is 402 now in after hours. The ask is 402. And like I said, as hard as they tried to hold it under 4, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see this thing really make a move now that they got their hands out of it. And I think it's interesting. The bid now is 394, and my dollar cost average is 393. How do you like that? And the bid now is 394, and the ask is 402. Well, not a bad day after all. Man, oh man. That was a tough day today, folks. That was a tough day today, man. Holy crap, that was a tough one there. Wow. But man, oh man, you just had to know, man, they're manipulating this thing. Wow. What a day. Bid now is 394, ask is 402. NUAI. Look at that thing, folks. Look what it did. Look what it's doing in the after hours. Look at all the buyers coming in there. Look at all the buyers coming in right there at the end. Look at it running it up, folks. Look how they took it from that low of $3.91 and then ran it up to $4 and then it ran over. Folks, this thing's going to keep rising. I think it's going to keep on rising, folks. Golly, look at the buyers that came right in there. Look at all the buyers that were buying in over the last half hour. Man, oh man. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4. Man, the last 5 minutes, man, they bought the shit out of that and they ran it up and put me green. Nice. Huh. Well, I did end up $26 down on LIMN today. But this is the chart for NUAI. And the bid now is 394, the ask is 402. And yeah, I did my thing, man. And tomorrow, man, we might see this thing open up. Who knows how high it could go. Because that was a lot of buying in there at the end of the day. See, man, those market manipulators, they worked their magic today. They really did. They got everybody out of it. They got them all out. Cat AGEN went to 508. Nice, nice. Kim says my stomach would rebel. NUAI closed at 398.50. And folks, I told you the close was going to be at 399 a share. I called the close at 399 a share. And the cool thing is my dollar cost average is 393 on it. All right. Well, listen, guys. Tomorrow is another day, a Friday. And I want to thank you for sticking with me today and watching me trade all day and understanding what they were doing with that stock and why. And I see it now, green in after hours. It's already at 399. Oh, yeah. Well, I tell you what, guys. If I see this thing make a move in after hours, I'll come back on at 7:48, okay? I'll come back on this evening at 7:48 if I see this stock make a move on up in after hours. I'll let you know. I'll come back on tonight at 7:48. But if it doesn't make a move on up, then I won't be back on, okay? All right, everybody? Does that sound fair? All right. And I'm looking at NUAI right now. What an effort to hold this thing under $4 they made today. And I mean, they just went at it, didn't they? They just stayed after it. And I wonder how many shares they borrowed to keep it there under $3.99. How many shares are they going to have to buy back and return tomorrow? You know, I want to look at something here. Cost to borrow. As of 7:16 at 3:53 p.m., there were 2,100,000 shares available to borrow with a fee of 3.8%. 3.8%. Well, the cost to borrow this stock used to be 120% a month ago. 125.49%. Wow. NUAI. NUAI, short interest. Oh, browser check solved. What? NUAI, short shares available over time. And there were hardly any shares available on June the 2nd or July the 2nd. They've been returning shares since July the 2nd on this. And there's 2.30 million shares available to short right now. Fails to deliver. The last time they failed to deliver was 723,000 shares on the 29th of June. All right. I got it. NUAI. All right, everybody. Well, like I said, I am going to take a break here for a little while. If I see NUAI start to soar in after hours, I will come on at 7:48 p.m. and let you know. All right, everybody? Thank you for coming back from that. Yep. See you, John. John Connor was hidden by Gary Edwards. What did John do? What happened, man, with John? Hold on here. The page isn't responding. There we go. Now, John Connor has been here a long time, and I'm not sure I want to hide him here. Hold on a second here. Cat AGEN went to 508. Why would you hide that message? Gary, what's going on with John Connor? Why are you hiding? He said, "Good day, Cat. You demand." Up here he said, "Jayhawk, you around?" AGEN 508. I don't understand why you would hide him on here. AGN, what did this net message? Tomorrow is a new day, NUAI. That's right. Well, John, don't worry, John. I did not keep you. I don't know what's going on with Gary. I don't know why he decided to do that. Yeah, Jayhawk says, and John Connor's been pretty cool as far as I know, with me anyway. What did John say? Unless you know him, Cat, he's with Discord. Oh. Up here he says, he said, you need to get rid of Gary Edwards, Cat. He's trolled all day. No, John, Gary Edwards has been here on this channel for two years plus. And Gary is one of my moderators, okay? So now I can see why he did what he did, because you were trying to say that I need to get rid of him. But you just don't know, John. Don't worry. He's been here a long, long, long time. And Gary Edwards is very close to me. And you don't know. So don't get upset with Gary Edwards too much, or John Connors. You don't know him as well as we do. And he is a very, very, very good source of excellent information about all types of health topics, because he's a doctor and all types of other things. So let's just whatever was said, let it go under the bridge, and everything will be cool. Gary Edwards is one of my moderators, and don't worry about what he said if he got crazy and wild, because he does sometimes. All right? Yeah. No problem. Yep, John, you think I was trolling Kim because I'm telling her about baking soda dosages? Right, exactly. So everything is cool. Everything's cool. The water gets a little choppy in here sometimes in the tank, but we can mellow it out and smooth it out, and then we can be just sitting back and rowing nice through the water. All right? Everybody chill out. Everything is cool, okay? Everything is cool, all right? Yeah, I don't like low-level misunderstandings. Yeah, we all talk about personal stuff. Yes, we do. And we try like heck to help one another on this channel. If someone's got a health issue, someone else will step in and help them. If someone's got a mechanical issue with a vehicle or something, someone else will step in and help them. And so we got a real family here, folks. And John says, I'm not low level, Gary. Yep. Hey, guys, listen. Everything is cool, all right? And a lot of times when we're chatting, things can be, misinterpreted, misunderstood. You can't see someone's face. You can't tell when they're smiling, when they're joking, when they're serious. So we have to be understanding about chat, that in the chat, we can't always take people at face value because you can't see their face. You can't see what they're saying. You can't see what their true feelings are. So let's just be careful. Yep, I've always been polite to you. Yep, Gary's like another catfish. He keeps going and going and going. Yes, and that's what we have to do. We have to just keep going and going and going. Even today on that stock NUAI, when they tried that stunt with running it down there at 330, man, I knew what they were doing. I knew they were trying to run it down to buffer and keep it under $4. And I told you that stock was going to close at 399. And NUAI ended up closing right there, folks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is sitting at 403.48. All right. And how much am I up on it now? Look at it go, folks, in the after hours. Nice. Up over the 200-day moving average. Oh, my gosh. The bid now $395 and the ask $404. All right. And orders filling at $403.99. Yep, we're all a big family here. That's right. That's why I said it was just a misunderstanding. Yes. Yep. Like if the energy. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, everybody. Let's all just get along. We'll see you guys tomorrow or tonight. If this thing keeps climbing and goes right on up, I'll jump on here. I'll jump on at 7:48 if something's taken off that we were in today, okay? So you guys, I hope you have a great evening. I will see you tomorrow morning. Yep, don't appreciate being misunderstood. Saying I'm doing something on Discord when I don't use it and telling Kat to get rid of me. Not how you get on Gary's good side. Yeah, I know. Hey, listen, like I said, listen, a lot of times when people say stuff, there can be a lot of people that are on this channel sarcastic. A lot of people can use sarcasm. A lot of people can be tongue-in-cheek. And a lot of people are very witty. And sometimes people get misinterpreted. That's all there is to it, okay? All right? And don't worry about it. Everything's fine. We're all fine. We're all going to be fine. Yep. Peaches and good vibes. That's right. All right, everybody. Hey, listen, I hope you have a great night tonight. I hope you have great success in all your financial endeavors. I hope that you are blessed with good health because you deserve it. And last but not least, I hope that you are all surrounded with love, as you all know, because you deserve it, everybody. Everyone deserves it. And NUAI, $4 in the after hours right now, going green. We'll see where it is. If it keeps rising or if any other stocks take off, I'll come on at 7:48, okay? And we'll go until 8:15, 8:30 or something, all right? All right, guys. Well, John, you got my cell. You call. You don't like it. Okay. Yep, you got it, Hawkman. Yep. John, you got my cell. You call. You don't like it. Okay. Yeah, you guys talk it out, man. Let's get along. We can all get along. Love. All we need is love. All we need is love. Ba-ba-da-ba. All we need is love. Ba-ba-da-ba. All we need is love. Love is all we need. All we need is love. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. All we need is love. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. All we need is love, love. Oh, love is all we need. All right. All right. No, we don't need to. Gary, sticks and stones can break your bones, but words should never hurt you. All right? Sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can never hurt you. All right? God bless each and every one of you. I will try to be back tonight. We'll see if my wife will let me come on at 7:48 p.m. If we got some runners, I'll definitely come on anyway for just a brief while, okay? Thank you guys for being. UAI, NUAI 404. 404, folks. 404. Oh, watch out, folks. Watch out. Who knows how high this dang thing's going to go? All right? All right, I'm out here. Hope you guys are all surrounded with love. Catfish Tyler, over and out. All right, I'm out of here. And I'll try to come back on at 7:48. So listen for me to come on at 7:48 if one of these stocks is taking off and I feel like I need to jump on and tell you guys to sell it like you don't already know to, okay? All right, guys. All right, John says, call me, Gary. Hey, Ra, what's going on? Ra, all right. Man, NUAI. Wow. And how did we do on that other stock today that ran up nice for us that they tried to screw us around on? AGEN. Nice job today on AGEN. All right, everybody. Thank you again for your time. I will try to come on here. I will try to come on at 7:48 p.m. Eastern time. If these stocks or some of the stocks that we're watching today, if they take off, I'll come on 7:48. All right. God bless each and every one of you. Catfish Tyler, over and out.